Welcome to...
Everyone,
Yes. Welcome everybody. It's Monday. Feels like I've not streamed on a Monday in a while. Is that right? Is that right? Am I gonna... Right, let me... Listen. Let me just real quick check my stream summaries. Did I stream last Monday? Monday, June 13th. Monday, June 6th. I did. That's crazy. No, I missed last Tuesday. That's what it was. Okay. But I didn't stream the Monday before that. Okay. That's what it is. That's what it is. This is the second... Laser Terrestre. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you, thank you. This is the second Monday in the month that I've streamed. That's what's going on here. That's why it feels weird. There's another weird thing here. And this is we're starting the stream off strong. This is a meme made by my good friend Andy, and I've not seen it yet. If you're wondering who Andy is, it's I'm a Coconut in the chat. We're going to see 9 Inch Nails together this week. But yeah, let's watch this. What's he got for us?
Hey Rita, isn't it about time to change that Glade plugin's refill?
Refill your Glade plugins every 45 days to keep your home Glade fresh.
And I saw what looked like steam, just kind of like, I don't know how best I can do this with the green screen, right? So like, here's the wall, right, where the edge of the green screen is, right? And it went like this.
Hey lady, isn't it about time to change that Glade plugin's refill?
Refill your Glade plugins every 45 days to keep your home Glade fresh.
Right? Just like that.
That smells! Someone refill that Glade plugin!
I was like... And I thought, what the fuck was that? Yeah, that's pretty good, Andy. That's pretty fucking good. Well, for those of you that just came in and were confused, wondering why I was doing a ghost story again, no, that was just a meme that I'm a Coconut made. And here's me right now, real life right now. Oh my god. Hello everybody, hope you enjoyed that. That was pretty funny. Enjoyed that a lot, to be honest. Look at all the people in the chat already. We've got Sorka Signal, we got Johnny, we got Cynthia Citrus, we got Juliet or Juliet? Let me know in the chat. Sputty Baba Yaga, still one of my favorite Twitch names. Nieka Noise. We got Laser Terrestrial again. Thank you so much for the 6 months. We got Gubba Master, Ludonar, Cryptid is over Crypto, Gree the Writer, Sir Leons, Columbus Magumbus. Did I say box full of leaves? It's Muel time. And Chimera! You're not convinced that this isn't another recording? I just read out your chat message. Like Juliet. Got you, Juliet. That's pretty nice. Columbo says, I was so confused how you were doing those transitions so quickly. It's all in the art, how you do it. It's the... Listen, these are streamer secrets that I'll never let you know. I'll never let you know. How are we doing, chat? What are you up to? What's been going on? How was your weekend? Mr. Dank, how are you? Columbo says Tromeo and Juliet. Oh, what a fucking film, Tromeo and Juliet. Oh, that's such a good film. That's still such a good film. God damn it. Honestly, what a great film. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. Yeah, I did. I did like my weekend. It was very good. I did absolutely nothing. Just hung out with my partner. Made some nice pasta, some nice vegan pasta on Friday night. That was very good. And then they made me breakfast in the morning, vegan breakfast as well. That was really nice. Avocado on toast with fake bacon. I've heard it's called fakin. What light through yonder plexiglass breaks? Oh, dime. What a film. I'm so glad you introduced that to us. Honestly, man. Go follow Dime, everyone. Go follow Just Johnny. Go follow Dime. Phenomenal streamers. Good friends. So yeah, what else did I do at the weekend? And then we watched Jaws. They'd never watched Jaws. My partner had never watched Jaws before. You know, the original Jaws. And I wanted to watch it for a couple of reasons. One, because it's a classic film. And two, because it's very relevant still right now. And was extremely relevant during the start of the coronavirus pandemic and the lockdown and stuff. Because it is so there are so many beats that it hits that is absolutely spot on for how people reacted to the pandemic. You've never seen Jaws? Oh, you need to watch it. You can watch it if you've got Amazon Prime, and I know you have because you got a little icon showing that you have in the chat. It's on Prime Video now. I think there's region stuff, so if you're in a different, if you're in the UK, you can watch Jaws now on Amazon Prime. If you've never seen it, please watch it. You will appreciate just how much commentary there is in there regarding, yeah, it's still relevant. Hey Prince as well, how are you doing? Yeah, hey Goblin Hugger. How was the fake bacon? Any good? You know what? It was from a place called Aldi. I don't know if you've got that over there in Australia. You must have Aldi in Australia, right? You must have. Yeah, the mayor ignoring the shark problem to prompt tourism. Yeah, that's the whole bit. That's the whole bit. It sucks. But yeah, as I was saying, yeah, the bacon, it was from Aldi. It was okay. It was all right. I'm not a fan of bacon in general. Like regular bacon. Not really. Yeah, it's not great. Yeah, Aldi's got fake bacon. It's pretty good. There's like a whole vegan section. It tastes like, it doesn't taste like bacon, which is, I guess, why I like it. It tastes like, you know, bacon flavored stuff. You worked and then had a massive bath. I love a massive bath. I do love a massive bath. Hey, Queen Laura, how are you? What's going on? Yeah, plant-based stuff. There's lots of plant-based stuff. Tastes like salty goodness. Oh, yeah. Which kind of bacon was it meant to be? Back bacon or belly bacon? Belly bacon. Yeah, belly bacon. The streaky bacon. Borrowed waste muffins from work yesterday. Swapped it for a free pizza from a friend who works at a pizzeria. So I would say my weekend was pretty successful. I love that. Listen, we're going to be touching on that in the stream today. Because, as you know, I like to try and tell people, you know, I like to try and think forward thinking. I like to try and think like, okay, you know, let's tell people how they can, like, you know, help people from getting evicted, stop people from getting evicted. And one of the other things that I want to focus on is mutual aid. And one of the biggest parts about mutual aid is feeding each other and learning how to cook lots of food for a lot of people. And there's a great YouTube channel that I found called, the YouTube channel is called Food Insider, which is a popular one, I think. But they do a series called Big Batches. And they've got 2 videos from Uzbekistan where they bake 15,000 bread loaves a day, called Samarkand bread. And a 350 kilogram batch of pilaf, rice pilaf, plov rice pilaf. I don't really know what that means, but I'm assuming it's a bit more than just rice, you know? Food inside her, that's right, that's what I said. Richmond do a great fake back bacon. That's what I didn't even think. Richmond do the best vegan sausages, by the way. Like the best. Probably extremely bad for you. Higher fat content makes it useful for carbonara and ramen. Oh hell yeah. Fake chicken is decent. I don't miss the real thing anymore. Where you getting your fake chicken from, Juliet? Because that's what I struggle with more than anything. Yeah, pilau rice is a type of fried rice. Pilaf rice is also a type of rice. So I'm not sure. I don't know. Hi, Kerry. How are you doing? What's going on? So we're going to check out that. But to be honest, the main thing that I want to check out, and I don't think I have it in my watch later list, but I want to check out, finally, Feek's video of the Manosphere. Yeah, I eat seitan chicken all the time. It just doesn't, it's just not that good. Like, it is good. It is good. Don't get me wrong. But, like, yeah, I got a real problem trying to deal with my meat eatingness. Smaller scale thing you've seen on TikTok. A husband and wife who feed hungry college kids at the weekends. Oh, hell yeah. That sounds good. You have corn, chicken pieces, and nuggets? You know what? I'm going to have to try corn. Corn. I'm going to have to try that corn. The store-bought stuff is way worse than homemade seitan because they don't season it well and put enough nuts in it. I get this stuff from a thingy. I don't get it bought from a store. I get it from takeouts. There's a vegan Chinese place that we go to. We went this place on Saturday, and it is really, really good. Like, in terms of, like, I will never eat a meat chicken curry again, like Chinese chicken curry or any kind of like Chinese with meat in it again, because that vegan Chinese is so fucking good. It's called Wowin, and I don't know if it's got it anywhere, if it's anywhere else in the UK or anything, but it's so good, so good. Corn is okay, pretty safe intro product to meat free, not the best on the market. Yeah, you've been vegan for years now and you still miss cheese every day. See, I won't miss cheese, I just won't. Hey, Terra Tofu, pilaf or pilaf is like a rice cooked in broth with veggies and beef usually. Oh, that must be what it is. Corn mince is great too. I do like corn mince. Listen, I don't struggle with like beef or pork or like seafood or anything like that. I'm not bothered. Those meats, they don't even fucking, you know, they don't even come into my head. Chicken is the one I struggle with. It's so bad. I wish I could do a vegan diet. I just have too many food sensitivities that could trigger my Crohn's disease symptoms. Don't feel bad about it. Honestly, don't feel bad about it. If you struggle with your diet and it affects you in your disability, like, it's not something you need to feel bad about. Promise you. I know vegans who have said that, you know? It's not just me trying to make you feel good because I need to feel good. Hey, Satirical, what's up? If I go vegan, I can't see myself missing any type of cheese except for mozzarella. Listen, what I've realized, so I've been on a bit of a weird journey recently. Fucking hell. You can tell because of the way I word things now. When I was with COVID, that's not the right way to say it, is it? Saying it like I was with child. When I was with COVID, right? I guess one thing that I do when I'm sick is that I don't want to eat. And it's so, I don't want to eat. It's a mixture of I don't want to eat and I don't want to cook, right? So when I need to eat, I'm like, I just need something so easy. Like, I don't want to do anything, right? So I fell into the trap. And you know how sick I've been. You know how sick I've been with COVID. Like, for 4 weeks, I was on my ass, right? And yeah, when I was down with the sickness, that's the right way to put it. In my second trimester of COVID, that's right. Yeah. What was I fucking saying? So I was just getting like awful food, and all I've been doing is eating awful food, and I've not been going to the gym, and I've been really unhealthy. And one thing that I've noticed is that when I was getting all this awful food, hey, Cat Made Entirely Viewing, you can post a Twitch clip in the chat. Of course you can. What I've realized is when I'm getting all these like awful foods that I'm not eaten in a long time, so like for example dairy milk, right? And I'm eating it and I'm eating so much of it like a fucking, like an absolute fiend, like a demon eating this fucking dairy milk. And then I'm like, oh, I'm sick now. I feel sick. because of this food that I've eaten. And it's not even that good. So, like, the memory of it is better than what it actually is. It's so weird. So fucking weird. Oh, hey, Sophie, how's it going? You back from the Home Office protest and it was so based? Yeah, what happened? Tell us all about it. Chat, you know the score. Go follow Sophie from Mars. Columbo, could I get a shout out for Sophie, please? What's this? Yeah. This is a good memory. This is a good memory of the Josh Allen. The Josh Allen times. Yeah, listen, I'll watch that now. I'll watch that with you. I can watch that with you. That's funny. That's a funny clip. Why is he taking shit? Why is he taking shit? Why? Why does he do it? Legit takes a shit. Why does he do it? Look, watch. Watch is like he goes up and like poops black sludge on himself. What's that? Fucking brilliant. Was this the first time that I'd seen this? Was this the first time that I'd seen this? I remember reacting like that. Like, you can see, like, the moment that my brain goes, oh, wow, this is something special. Like, watch is like, he, like, goes, what's that? Like, it's about here. No, not here. It's about now.
Well, hello.
Oh, what a fucking... What the fuck? Oh, what a time. What a time. Yeah. That's a great clip. That's a great clip. Thanks for reminding us of that. Cat made entirely of your own. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I can't remember what I was on about now. What the fuck was I talking about? Gay space femboy poop. That's right. I hope that Josh Allen realizes he's gay soon. I hope. You've now clipped me watching the clip. Okay, I'm not going to be watching that. Not going to be watching that. I'm not starting it. I'm not starting the loop. Otherwise, it'll never end. Sophie says it was sick. Corbyn gave a little speech. There was Extinction Rebellion drummers. I'll talk about it on Red Planet soon. Hell yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I'm sure that Sophie's going to talk about it on Red Planet. So please make sure you're following Kara Chats. We had a great stream yesterday. Literally yesterday. It was so good. It was so good. I was talking about my COVID baby. That's what I was talking about. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Also, hey Spud, welcome in, and hey Health Bay. So that's how I was relating it to veganism, right? I was relating it to veganism because it was like, when I'm like tasting these foods, I'm like, oh, they're not actually as good as what I remember them to be, and also eating too much of them makes me feel sick now, right? So I'm like, when I go vegan, I'm not gonna miss it that much. Not gonna miss it that much. So I hope that was a good compounded thought, collected thought together. You know, I thought that was a good way to start the stream. Just saying what I just said. Don't remember what the relevance of it was. Probably fucked it up in the delivery, but whatever. Here we are. Hey Galaspa, how you doing? I hope Crowder soon realizes he's trans. Have you seen those tweets? I've not seen those tweets. Can't tell you how good it is that I'm not on Twitter anymore. I am on Twitter. Obviously, you've seen me tweet and go live and stuff. But show it me if you want. Show it me if you want. The string of tweets was a riot and a half. The personification of repression. Hey Quill, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Quill, please, Columbo? Yeah, Crowder is just such a piece of shit, you know? Few years, I stopped craving any animal products, even without thinking about it. Now they're just repulsive. Happens on its own. That's the thing. It's like, that's how I think. Like, I think that I was never that into bacon anyway. And so when I stopped eating it, I was like, that's fine. And I guess over the years, I'm just like, I don't care now. Yeah, it's better to not be on Twitter. Absolutely. Yeah, it's one of the best things. Crowder is egg IRL in a nutshell? No way. Really? Literally accidentally admitted to having gender dysphoria. He was going on about how every man wants to be a woman. Oh, no, honey, no. Oh, honey. What? That's fucking funny. That's okay. That's extra. Well, no, it's like equal parts funny and sad. It's equal parts funny and sad if he's saying shit like that, because it's like he is not around the kind of people that are gonna be supportive or, you know, help him if he comes out or anything like that. You know, it's just like, oh, like you have, yeah, it's tragic actually, right? It's tragic. It's like, oh, fuck. And like if he came out as trans or whatever, like, you know, who's to say that he wouldn't just be like a Blair White anyway, you know what I mean? Because of the people he surrounds himself with, you know? Oh no, I don't think anyone's trying to say it justifies anything he does. No, hell no. Is he actually being honest, or is he trying to lean into the questioning market for his audience? Who knows? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Every single meat bro is like, I love bacon too much. And I'm like, nah, you're making it up. It sucks. It does suck. I agree. It fucking sucks. There's at least one tweet, though, that was actually fake. People were making satire crowded tweets at some point. Some people thought those were real. That's another okay, listen, I'm gonna go double ham. I'm gonna double down on talking about Twitter. I wasn't gonna talk about Twitter, right? I wasn't gonna talk about Twitter because I know a lot of you are on it, and I don't want to be like, oh, just get off Twitter, right? Because it's easier said than done. But this is another reason why fucking you need to fuck it off. Just fuck it off. Because even when you see that shit, it's like people start faking it, and then the news gets like so distorted, and you can't figure out what's right or wrong. It's just like, oh, I've had such a good time not being on Twitter. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not plain sailing. I've had to delete the Reddit app off my phone as well, because it was like, I need like a little goblin fiend. I was like, I need something to get mad at. Like, it's weird, and I noticed myself do it. I was like, oh my god, I'm looking at Reddit now instead, because I'm like desperate for something to get mad at. And that's not to say people who are going on Twitter to find out the news are like searching for people to get mad at, because I know that that's like a right-wing trope and shit like that, so please don't think that. But yeah, it's more like my brain was like, yeah, I require the scroll. That's right, Quill. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, but it's just I've like lived my weekend, you know. I watched films with my partner and I was paying attention to them, and we like made food together and stuff, and I don't know, it felt a lot more fulfilling. I don't know, when your brain craves the dopamine, it's hard. Yeah. Twitter's a lot more valuable if you're able to find a decently insulated community to join, like the trans space I'm in. Used to use Twitter for arguments, but when I was cis, but now it's mostly just like Tumblr, but Twitter flavor. I mean, like, I guess my argument would be like in favor of you being in a trans space on Twitter is like, get them off Twitter as well. Make a Discord. Just make a Discord instead. You know? Because I know that a lot of people say sometimes it's good for, like, you know, queer people who live in like a small town and they don't know any other queer people. It's good to connect with other queer people. And I agree, for sure. I do, yeah. I guess my best advice is just try and limit your time on it, because it's so bad. You used to do that with Reddit, just rage scrolling for hours every day. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks so bad. Twitter, Discord, and stream chats are the closest thing I have to human interaction. Yeah, I would never tell someone who is like, you know, either like limited by their disability on the, you know, amount of time they can go outside and interact with other people to get off Twitter. Like, I would never do that. Like, that, I would never tell people, disabled people, like, you know. Like, if I'm ever telling any of you to, like, you know, touch grass, I'm not telling people who, like, literally can't touch grass to do that. I would never, like, you know, say, you can't have a normal life if you don't touch grass, because that's absolutely bollocks. But if you can, you should, you know. Hard blocked Reddit on my PC a few years ago. Had to wait 1 to 2 years for your brain to stop craving it. The muscle memory of your brain logging onto Reddit, like, to get dopamine. Yeah, that's what it all is, right? It's just dopamine. It's just dopamine, right? ADHD folk are really susceptible to develop addictions. I have such an addictive personality. It's so bad. It's so bad. I realize that that's like a lot of what this is, and that I need to do a lot more work on my addictive personality, my addictive nature, I guess. I don't know. And I've really got to try, and I think a lot of it is going to be getting back to the gym, because that's one thing that I've really missed over the last 6 weeks. Like, I've not been at the gym at all. Like, look at my arms. Like, you can even see, like, those of you that have, like, been here for a while, you'll, like, notice my arms are smaller, right? It's like, fuck. Like, I've lost a lot of muscle. It fucking sucks. I was on the way to getting extremely yoked before COVID happened, you know? Can't believe it. Delete Twitter off your phone, that's a good one, yeah. Try and use learning apps as a replacement, that's a good shout, yeah. Yeah. You form habits real quickly, oh yeah. You scroll on YouTube with zero intention to watch any video. That's what it is, like, I do that too. Hey, Divided, are we talking about Twitter? Who knows? Who knows? We're in the intro section of the stream where I'm just talking shit. I'm just talking with you. Just chatting, innit? I'm glad you all are being rad and identifying unhealthy cycles with social media. It's legit not really easy to log off. For real, I'm proud of each of you. Yeah, I will echo those sentiments. Smutty Baba Yaga. 100%. DJ Muel Antifa Super Soldier arc. Yeah, it's like, it's weird because a lot of going to the gym is for my own body dysmorphia, which sucks because I should just, like, try and address that as much as I could, but therapy is expensive and it also sucks. But then a lot of it is that actually going to the gym is my therapy, and it's really good. It's really, really good. In terms of, like, getting your endorphins, your dopamine. There are healthy ways to use social media. The problem is that companies who own all social media are incentivized to try and trick you into using it unhealthily, because the less healthily you use their services, the more money they make. That is the issue, right? Social media would be perfect under communism, which is why we need to make communism happen. You all hate scrolling? You all hate scrolling? Well, have I got news for you? Gym is too far for you to walk, otherwise you'd work out at least 3 times a week because you genuinely love lifting. Damn, I would love to, like... See, this is the thing, like, you know, when I'm talking about, like, mutual aid, right? Like, if someone said that to me, and, like, in my area, and they were like, yo, I legit, I can't walk to the gym, like, it's too much for me and shit like that, I would be like, I've got weights. I've got some weights that you can have. You know? And I would just fucking lend them to you. You know? Until, like, I don't know, a fucking another lockdown happens or something and I need it. Because I don't need them anymore, do you know what I mean? Like, I'll go to the gym. Social media under communism would be the golden age of forums, but better quality. Oh, yeah, you're right. You are absolutely right. Also, hey, ADX, man. Like, checking in on your Twitter friends and liking their tweets. Listen, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But add on what Sorka said about, you know, the people who run these sites trying to make you interact with them in an unhealthy way. That's the issue, right? Do you know what I mean? I'm not telling you, like, oh, you shouldn't be fucking, like, supporting your friends on Twitter and shit like that. Like, fuck off, it's all toxic. It's a nuanced discussion, right? You're on an old forum kick at the minute? Uh-huh. I'm going to the gym for the first time later on. My sleep schedule for règle destroyed since quitting my job. That's going to be awesome. Don't lift too hard. Don't lift too much. Make sure you speak to the PTs. Don't be afraid to speak to the PTs. That's what they're there for. You know, but not every PT is going to be nice. So, you know, if they are a piece of shit, they are a piece of shit, and like speak to another one, I guess. Just be really, really careful and make sure you know how to use all the machines before you use them. That's my best gym advice. Don't bother worrying about like you know, big scary blokes. Like the people that I would worry at the most in the gym, you know, if you're femme presenting or a woman, is just like generic men, right? Just generic dudes. Like the bigger guys are probably less likely to be weird and gross, not only because they are hot as fuck, so they don't need to like they don't need to worry about getting laid, so they're not staring at women all the time, but also because they're actually extremely insecure. Like that's one thing that I know about, you know, bigger guys in the gym, is that like even though they're like huge and dense and shit like that, they got extremely, you know, sometimes, not all the time, but they got extremely bad like body dysmorphia and stuff. You know, to the point where it's like shit, you know, you don't go up to every like guy that you see in the gym who's ripped and be like, hey bro, listen, I just want to double check and make sure everything's going on okay, because there's every chance it could be a steadhead and it'll fucking rage out and destroy you. But oh my god, hi Dex, how's it going? Welcome in. Please go follow Dextro Anarchy, everybody. She is fucking phenomenal. Hi Big Cub as well, how are you? Welcome in. Yeah, PT is a personal trainer, yeah. Twitter was how I found out about this Starbucks near me unionizing. Yeah, listen, there's good and bad elements of it, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Has the sound cut for anyone? Did you try typing and press M? That's something that happens to me all the time when I'm typing in Twitch chats. You should have encoding options today, gang. If you've got a rough connection, underneath the stream, right there, click on the little cog. You should be able to choose your own version of whatever P you want to see me in. You can have, there's all options. There's 480p, there's 640p, and there's 720p. I tried joining a web chat a year back, and everyone there were on so many levels of internal combos, it made 0 sense. Wait, what? Pardon me? What do you mean? Used to be on chats all night back in the noughties. Oh, sure. I know what you mean. You're on about like MSN and stuff like that, yeah. Someone showed me images of HGH belly the other day, and I haven't been the same since. Wait, what's that? Is that when you do like too many steads? Oh, yeah. When you do steroids, yeah, and it gives you that the distension in your belly, yeah. So there's like a good picture of our good friend Joe Rogan after he did steroids. Yeah, human growth hormone. Yeah. Yeah, it's honestly not worth it fucking with your body in that way, because if you look at like, so Joe Rogan's a piece of shit, we know that, but like he has a great body. He had a great body here. Let me show you real quick. So like you can see, so his body on the left there, that's what he looked like before he was like, I need to get bigger. I need, like, this is like probably the normal amount of bigness that any human should really get. Like there's no way that you can get bigger than that without steads. And of course, he was like, okay, I'm going to take human growth hormone, which is just absurd. Like, it's madness. And it fucks with your belly. It makes your belly look weird. You know, he just looked so much better here. So much better here. So, you know. Anyway. Don't be bothering. Don't be bothering with that shit. Super fucked up. Just work out naturally, you know? Have your protein. All that stuff. You do get intimidated by Discord. It always feels like I'm butting into a conversation I wasn't invited to. Okay, all I'll tell you about my Discord, and this is just my Discord personally, is that, like, as long as you're chatting in general, I don't give a fuck. You do whatever you want. You do whatever you want. Like, that's fine. Like, as long as you're not breaking the rules. That's whatever. Doesn't matter. Different Discords are going to have different rules and stuff like that. So, I guess just, like, you know, familiarize yourself with the rules. MSN was the shit. So many late nights talking to strangers. Sophie says, vibrating with frustration, one of the first things you discussed in Cyberpunk 2022, a direction for the online left, is the goods and bads of social media. Gotta hurry up and release that shit. Don't you pressure yourself. You just do it in your own time. Don't stress. Excuse me. Is it untraceable? Is that why people use it in competitions? Right, I got you, I got you. I miss the look of the early internet. I do not miss the edge. Yeah, same. Yeah. That's the bad. The goods and the bads of the internet. Hey, KTV girl, what's going on? Does weird things with the shoulders to the neck muscles. I don't know about the neck muscles. Maybe. Could be. You can't stop me from injecting the forced evolutionary virus directly into my belly. That is what it is, right? Oh, hey, DJ. Yeah, they are both Joe Rogan. Yeah, they are both Joe Rogan. That's right. Not just what it does to your muscles, but your brain chemistry as well. Well, like, you know, they call it roid rage for a reason. Like, you know, that you can get extremely angry for no reason on steroids. HGH is a different type of thing. I don't know what HGH does to your brain, but I know that steroids is just like, you know, steroids is like one of the, it's like one of the biggest leading causes of like murder in domestic violence, I think. I might be wrong about that. But it is like, it's like a huge thing in like domestic violence cases. People who are using steroids tend to like become domestic abusers. Obviously, a lot of it is just dudes being dudes. Boys will be boys after all. You know. Remember the turf with the window display on the way home? I do remember that. They put up a whole new one. Oh, Jesus, that's so bad. Hey, Shafiq, how you doing? Welcome in. What's going on? Hey, Vod. Yeah, it's a bad thing, actually. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. In case you didn't realize, I was saying that's a bad thing. I wasn't just saying boys will be boys and that's fine. I was trying to be sarcastic with it, you know? As someone who had problems growing up with a bad temper, I can't imagine being on that stuff. Cryptid, we could talk at length. I get way too angry way too easily. Yeah. Not great. Not great. Not great. So, we have got a great stream planned out for you today. We're going to be watching, like I said, FD Signifier's The Manosphere video. Can't wait to watch that. But before we go on, we do have to address the news. We've got to watch the news. We've got to look, keep an eye out of what's going on. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. It's time for the news. Here we fucking go. Here we fucking go. It's the news in it, bruv, with Amy Goodman, the War on Peace report. That's right, sorry, yes, yeah. Boys derogatory will be boys derogatory. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Hi, Amy.
A bipartisan group of senators has reached a watered-down agreement on gun safety that could lead to some new federal gun restrictions, as well as increased funding for mental health and school security. The plan would also...
What does increased funding for mental health look like in the healthcare is a commodity of the US? Like, what does that look like? This motherfucker's just got a picture of Reagan in his gun shop. If you wanna know what kind of fuckers are running these gun shops, Jesus.
Provide funding to states to create red flag laws that will prohibit some
Picture of Trump as well. God damn it.
people from owning firearms. The deal, however, does not include a ban on
It means nothing, right? Of course.
assault weapons or raise the age required to buy assault weapons to 21. It also does not establish universal background checks.
These are just so easy to do. Like, the bare minimum. I am so sick of the Democrats, honestly. What a waste of a fucking government. What a waste of an opportunity. Do you know what I mean?
Statement, President Biden said, quote, "It does not do everything I think is needed, but it reflects important steps in the right direction." It would be
So why don't you change it to what you think it needs to be? You fucking shut up. I'm fucking sick of this prick.
the most significant gun safety legislation to pass Congress in decades.
This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. It doesn't do everything that I think is needed, but it does kind of feel like an important step in the right direction. And it's definitely going to be the most significant safety legislation to pass Congress in decades. It's just not true. Just lying. Just actually lying. Just actually lying.
The deal was reached by 20 senators, 10 Democrats, 10
Still fucking lying, dude. What a Weasley little fucking liar, dude.
Republicans. Negotiations began after the recent mass
Still
shooting
lying.
in
Still lying to his audience. Still lying.
Uvalde, Texas, where 19 fourth graders and their 2 teachers were shot dead. And the massacre in Buffalo, when a white supremacist attacked a grocery store, shooting dead 10 people, all of whom were black. Both shooters were 18 years old. On Sunday, Christian Hain, vice president of the gun control group Brady, praised the bipartisan deal.
We have not seen the likes of a framework like what we see in this package for the last 30 years. And I think, you know, it's significant not only because of how this can have a real impact in lives, but to me, it feels like a moment in time.
What? They're just like trying to throw more money at institutions that aren't going to do anything. Like more school security and health, like mental health care. But like healthcare is a commodity in the US, you have to pay for it. So what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
And a sign of things to come, right? This is sort of testing.
This motherfucking boiled ham motherfucker sat here going like, this is one of the most important things I've seen in the last 30 years. That's because you've not seen any gun regulation in 30 years. You've seen like a bit, and you're coming in your pants, in your fucking hammy little pants.
Ground that we can pass bipartisan gun laws and the sky won't fall. And for all of those reasons, I think that this agreement is really important.
The bipartisan...
It's really good because we got some Republicans to admit that they are like just absolutely deranged, completely not acting in the will of the people at all. Like that's what we got, you know?
Senate deal on gun safety was announced a day after hundreds of thousands of people across the country took to the streets to end gun violence. Thousands rallied in Parkland, Florida, where a gunman shot dead 17 students at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in 2018. Speakers in Parkland included 16-year-old Zoe Weissman, the president of March for Our Lives.
Republicans will vote unanimously against this. That's what I'm saying. Like, they call these bills bipartisan, but like, which Republicans are voting for them? None of them. Now they'll have 2 cops in every school so they can continue not solving the problem with school shootings. Like, It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
4 years later, we still have to march. We still have to fight for the basic right to safety, the right to go to...
And, like, it sucks because, like, libs are mobilized against this. But because they don't have the right propaganda, they don't have the right agitprop surrounding things like understanding why electoral politics sucks, you know, they will fawn over these concessions that mean nothing, right? So that's what makes it extra frustrating, because these people are willing to march, they're willing to protest, they're willing to stand up and be like, no, sorry, enough is enough. But for them, is this enough? Like, you know, that's the whole reason that this has been announced, because, you know, they're relying on the passiveness of a lot of liberal voters who are just going to be like, oh, sweet. Did you, like, you know, they'll be talking about it in the hipster fucking IPA bars. They'll be there like guys who look like me, but their entire personality is that they have a beard and they enjoy IPAs, right? So they'll be there in their fucking hipster bars and they'll be like, yo, did you hear that Biden passed that bill against about gun laws? That's fucking great. You know, it's just so ridiculous. They just blame the GOP even when the Republicans can't stop them. Yeah. Yeah, they don't want to change anything. You're right. They did the whole police in school things after Columbine, and all they've achieved is brutalizing black and brown kids. Yeah, that's right. What's an IPA? Just a really annoying type of beer. I have a beard and I drink Cath Kidston IPA. Isn't Cath Kidston a kid's clothing store?
School or synagogue or grocery shopping or work or a concert or home without being shot. Today, survivors and activists stand before you as we demand change. I am so proud of our community. Today, we will march with over 400 communities worldwide. Thank you.
Indian Pale Ale or isopropyl alcohol. It's not isopropyl alcohol. It's Indian Pale Ale. That's what I was talking about, yeah.
For joining us in a fight for a world without gun violence. Thank you.
On Sunday, over 1,000 people gathered in Orlando, Florida, to mark 6 years since 49 people were shot dead at Pulse, a popular Latinx LGBTQ nightclub.
So she's saying Latinx. Listen, like, I need to figure this out, because I feel like I've spoken to Latino people who are like, please don't call us Latinx. It's really weird. Just call us Latino. Like, am I wrong on that? I don't fucking, because people are saying Latinx all over the show. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but as far as I was concerned, I was like, okay, this is like a thing that white people invented. And Latino people aren't into it. It's a white liberal thing. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Latino and Latina are gendered. Yeah, but I've heard that that's like not an issue. White people assume there wasn't a gender neutral version. Latine is the gender neutral term. Okay. I mean, like, you know, if anything, we should be trying to listen to, like, you know, trans women who are in the you know, Latinx or Latino community. I think those are the people that we need to be listening to on this, right? You were told to say Latino by Latinos, yeah. Yeah, Latino people aren't, yeah, not a monolith, I know, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's just something we need to figure out, right? It's just something we need to get straight, because, you know, I don't know. Leftists who don't like Latinx refer to it as linguistic colonization. Right, yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's just like some of the white people came up with, right? Latin American, that, you know what? That makes more sense, right? That makes loads more sense, saying Latin American. To me, personally, that actually sounds like the best. But that's just me in it, you know what I mean? It depends on where they are. In Spain, from my experience, more seem to reject a Latinx, sure, yeah. I read somewhere that you shouldn't call people good beans as it may offend Latino folk. I'm not sure if that's real. Yeah, bean is like what would you call it? Just like a rare slur, like an old school slur towards Latin Americans. Mostly because Latin will not be distinguishable in my accent. Yeah, for sure. A lot of Latin people can't even pronounce the X in a way that makes sense in Spanish. Right, exactly. Yeah, let's stick to Latin America for now, you know? Latin Americans. If we're talking about Latin Americans. Yeah, and you can't really call people from Spain Latin American. Yeah, so you just call them Spanish. Right?
Heavy fighting is continuing in the eastern Ukrainian...
Like, here's the thing. This is when you get down to the nitty gritty of it, right? So, like, exactly like Ludonar says, yeah? You can't call people from Spain Latin American, right? So, you know, why are we calling them Latino? Just call them Spanish. You know? But why don't they do that for people from Latin America? You know? It's just kind of like, it's, you know, I guess it's like if you're American... If you're born in America, right? And you have Latin American heritage, that makes sense to say that. But why don't we just... It's like Mexican. If they're from Mexico, call them Mexican. You know? Yeah, we're Spanish. You can also call us Hispanic. Okay, I didn't know about that. Yeah. It's like a kid in Scotland. You're a brakeman. You're a good friend who helped me. But I get it has bad transphobic... Oh, I don't think you've... Yeah. I don't think you've actually finished that. It has transphobic meanings. For sure. For sure. This is the dodging in and out of language, trying to make sure that you don't upset people. People from Spain also use the Latino label. Oh, I did not know that. Oh, well, there you go. Native American plus Spanish equals... Well, are you asking me that? Like, I'm not the... Listen, I'm not the arbiter of, like, who to call what. Like, I just... You know?
City of Severodonetsk, as Russia moves closer to seizing all of the Luhansk region. Just one bridge remains connecting Severodonetsk to other areas still under Ukrainian control. This comes...
The one that gets me is that divvy was a common insult when I was growing up, and now I know posh people treat it like a slur. Yeah. You know?
Amnesty International's accused Russia of using indiscriminate shelling and cluster munitions to kill hundreds of civilians in the northeastern Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. As Ukraine continues to press Western nations for more advanced weapons.
Oh, I still got Kira's guest command on. Hang on a second. Let me just get rid of that. No, it's all right, safety guy. It's just like what I'm trying to say in this conversation in general is that, like, you know, I've tried to correct people on saying how to describe, you know, people from Latin America, Latinx, Latino people. Like, I've tried to say, like, you know, don't call them Latinx, because I've heard that people say Latinx is, like, stupid and doesn't make sense and it was made by white people. So, like, this whole conversation is about, like, trying to say that me, like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. You know what I mean? I'm legit trying to figure it out.
Weapons. Russia's claiming it struck a large arms depot on Sunday in western Ukraine, where Ukraine was storing weapons sent by the United States and allies. 22 people were reportedly injured in the strike. In other news related to the war, a new report by the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air estimates Russia earned nearly $100 billion in fossil fuel exports during the first 100 days after it invaded Ukraine. The Stockholm International Peace Research Institute.
Easy, use the word people with no label. Yeah, but then you can't address, like, systemic issues like racism that affect a specific type of people. So, in an ideal world, I get where you're coming from. That would be nice. It would be great if we lived in a world like that. But we don't.
Or SIPRI, is warning the risk of nuclear war is higher today than at any time since the height of the Cold War. In its annual report, SIPRI says the global stockpile of nuclear weapons is expected to soon rise for the first time in decades as the United States, Russia, China, France, and the United Kingdom move to expand or modernize their arsenals.
This sucks. This fucking sucks. This is the worst shit, I think, at the minute. I think that, like, hovering over everybody at the moment is, like, the increased threat of nuclear war. that has all of a sudden come about because, you know, well, because nuclear weapons exist. I was about to say because Russia invaded Ukraine, but it isn't just that, is it? It's like, it's because nuclear weapons exist. It is just absolute dog shit that this shit exists. Like, how the fuck do we just... Do you know what I mean? It's just Cold War 2, innit? It's just Cold War 2. Especially if the fascists get access to these weapons. The fascists have got them! What do you think the Tories are? The Tories are in charge of one of the fucking buttons. You know? I think what you mean is someone unhinged enough to use them. Right? I think that would suck. But then again, I don't know. Any of the people in charge right now, probably. Putin is pretty unhinged. Trump tried to make Germany pay more money to NATO. He couldn't do it, and now we do it without peer pressure. Oh, god damn it. That's fucked. That's fucked.
U.S. and Russia possess about 90% of the world's nuclear warheads.
I think that, like, when it comes to, like, activism, like, what can you do about this? How can you, like, stop nuclear weapons? How do you do that? To be honest, the Cold War has never really ended. Yeah, because because the Cold War was all about the dominance of the USA, right? That's what it was, the dominance of USA and capitalism. And so, you know, but it only exists between states that have nuclear weapons. So it doesn't really apply. I was about to say, nowadays, you would say, oh, that's like the imperial core versus the imperial periphery. But then people on the imperial periphery don't fucking have nuclear weapons. You know? The Cold War never stopped. Russia just pretended it was going to be a friendly economic partner. The US never stopped anything. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. I think that's a good analysis of it. The two still compete in other world regions to dominate in, like the Middle East. Yeah, they do. They do.
The House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol insurrection is holding...
January 6th Capitol? Oh my God, Amy.
Its second public hearing today. Witnesses scheduled to testify include Donald Trump's 2020 campaign manager, Bill Stepien, and Chris Starwalt, a former top editor at Fox News. During its first hearing...
Yo, I never saw that footage of a cop just like getting like pushed around by like a fascist.
Starwalt, a former top editor.
No way, dude. They don't give a fuck. They did not give a fuck.
During its first hearing on Thursday.
We need leaders in both Russia and minimally the US to be leftist enough to agree to it mutually. Nah, you see, I don't think that electoral politics will ever come to that decision. I think one thing, I think either one or two things will happen, right? Leftists will create dual power within their states and find a way to seize those weapons and destroy them, or defuse them, de-arm them, or whatever, or, right, there will be a nuclear war. And it will either be a nuclear war that, like, nearly fucks the planet to beyond reproach, like, you know, beyond saving, or it will be the last one ever. You know what I mean? I just think that those are the only two things that are going to happen. So, that's how I personally see it. I really just do not think that electoral politics will work itself way around to being like, you know what? I'm just going to put these nuclear arms away. You know, because they're all terrified. They're terrified of getting fucking destroyed by each other. I don't think anyone's actually going to use them, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, that's the tough thing, right? That's the big question. I think that in terms of how people operate, it worries me that they would use them. Because in terms of, you know, who is gonna be more willing to take a risk, like pushing the button on a nuclear weapon launch, right? And those are the kinds of people who got to the position that they are, the people who are in charge of that decision, through taking risks and sacrificing people that they don't care about. Like, so I do think that they could do it. I do believe in the goodness of humanity and stuff, but I also do understand the vicarious nature through which decisions are made at positions of high power like that. World War III aftermath would be a one world government takeover. This might be the goal from the start. Dunno. Maybe. Could be. Maybe. I don't know. It's such a tough subject to break, right? I think the imperial core thing isn't really that broadly applicable. The rich in every city on Earth have the same benefits of oppression that whole other countries do. Looking at Russia, they are still, as before, an empire with its own core. No, I wasn't saying that Russia isn't in the imperial core, which is why I said it doesn't work. Yeah. Hey RJ, what's going on? One world government, how would that play out? Either really well or really bad. No, in fact, it would be all bad. Government just in general just shouldn't exist. You know? One world order sounds a bit yeah, a little bit conspiracy theory-ish. Yeah, a little bit. Right, Star Trek would be the only... Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Vord. Like, Star Trek would be the only good outcome. Yeah, a one-world government would be impossible, yeah, in general. Because... Look at, like, you have to just look at, like, big countries like the USA. Like, they find it so hard to govern every single state. And that's why they have to have state governance. You know? Yeah, it did. Star Trek came to be after World War III in the canon, yeah. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, parts of Russia clearly aren't. Yeah, that's right. There are fucking... so many different indigenous nations that Russia oppresses on, you know, in horrific ways. There were lots of, like, conquered lands. I saw a whole, like, map where it was, like, you know, nothing here is Russia and shit like that. And it was only literally, like, Moscow, St. Petersburg's and stuff. St. Petersburg's? Did I just say St. Petersburg? St. Petersburg. People forget the Russian Empire colonized and imperialized just as much as Western European cities. Yeah, they do forget that. The people who namely forget that are people like Caleb Maupin. Not only a nuclear war, there was a full post-apocalyptic fascist regime detailed in the first episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. That's right. That's right. Because that's what Q is trying to hold thingy responsible for, right? Like that Q is like, you must experience what your people put us through. In it. Yeah, that's a good episode. People say that The Next Generation only gets good after like episode 5 or something, and I know there's one episode that's like super problematic. But I thought episode 1 was really good. It really got me into Star Trek, you know? Star Trek is so anti-doomer, it specifically advocates for hope within the worst doomer scenario. Yeah, it's top. Yeah, I love that.
The panel accused Donald Trump of staging an attempted coup in an effort to overturn
After season 2, is that what they say? First season of The Next Generation is rough overall. Right, okay. That's probably why I wasn't that into it. I was pretty into it, but I wasn't that into it.
Democracy Now! Will be live streaming today's hearing at democracynow.org beginning at 10 a.m. Eastern Time.
Okay.
The next hearings are during the day on Wednesday and Thursday. Democracy Now! Will live stream all the January 6th committee hearings. In related developments, the Washington Post is reporting...
That's exactly the episode that I was talking about, Hell to Pay. Yeah, the African stereotype aliens, yeah. That episode sucks. Code of Honor, that's what it's called, Mr. Dank. You're right, yeah.
Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, pressed at least 29 Republican state lawmakers in Arizona to help overturn Joe Biden's victory in the state. Meanwhile, Trump's former person...
Wait, what is this? What?
Is reporting Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, pressed at least 29 Republican state lawmakers in Arizona to help overturn Joe Biden's victory in the state.
What? That is absolutely... I'm beyond words for that. Fucking hell. Yeah, she did that.
Meanwhile, Trump's former personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, is facing new ethics charges from the District of Columbia Bar for spreading lies about alleged voter fraud in an effort to overturn Biden's election victory.
What the hell? All this shit is catching up to these fools now.
In the state of Pennsylvania. A court in Bolivia has sentenced former President Janine Áñez to 10 years in prison after
oh, hell yeah, get into the gulag.
finding her guilty of orchestrating the 2019 coup that ousted President Evo Morales, Bolivia's
gulag, get fucked.
First indigenous
hell yeah.
After the coup, Áñez served as Bolivia's president for 1 year until November 2020.
Oh, get
Áñez,
fucked.
who's a former right-wing senator, was convicted of making decisions contrary to the Constitution. A former Bolivian army commander and police commander were also sentenced to jail for their role in the coup. Meanwhile, at the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles, a protester interrupted...
Listen, prisons are bad. Prisons are bad. But in the interim, until, you know, we figure out the systems to, you know, figure out rehabilitation without, you know, bars and shit like that, these motherfuckers need to stay in a cell. 100%. You know?
Interrupted a presentation...
American prisons are fucked up. Every single prison is fucked up. Every single one.
Last week,
every single
Luis Almagro, the head of the Organization of American States, over his support for the 2019 Bolivian coup.
Eliminate that impunity, and eliminating the impunity.
Luis Almagro, you have blood on your hands. Because of your lies, there was a coup in Bolivia, a coup against the democratically elected government, and that dictatorship that you helped install massacred 36 people, 36 innocent people who are protesting for the restoration of their democracy, for the restoration of the independence of their country, and the towns of South...
Oh, I'm so here for all these young people going to like disgusting fascist, you know, meetings wherever they are and shit like that, and just yelling. Like, I'm so here for it. Like, did we watch that one where Priti Patel got roasted by like 20 different people? There was like a table of 20 young people, and they were like, Priti Patel, your fascist regimes are getting out of hand, and you're gonna be deporting people to Rwanda. It's bullshit. You should step down immediately. Da, da, da. Like, that was fucking sick. And they just, every time they threw someone out, like another one stood up. It was fucking great. It was fucking great.
People were protesting peacefully, indigenous people, workers, women, students.
President Biden spoke Friday on the closing day of the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles. He unveiled a new plan to address migration.
You got to see that? Hang on. Even Beto shouting about gun control was almost cool. Nah, sorry. Nah, you're wrong about that. Sorry. That was fucking lame. It was one of the worst things I've ever seen. Yeah, link that shit, super sweet boy, yeah.
Countries coming together to launch the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection. With this declaration, we're transforming our approach to managing migration in the Americas. Each of us.
My mistake, that was today. Wait, what was today? What are you talking about? What's this? Is this something different? Oh, no. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that. Yeah, I'm not talking about that. But this is cool. It's already done though, right? Yeah, 12th of June was yesterday. The demo has already been done as well, so yeah, but apparently it went really well, so that's cool as fuck. But no, Sophie didn't tweet about that. What I'm speaking about specifically, there was a, hold up, let me, Priti Patel, protesters dinner. Protesters disrupt Patel speech at Tory dinner. I think this is it. I think this is it.
And I actually just want to start. Priti Patel, your racist policies are killing people. Your plans to send people seeking
Yeah, it's fuck it. Let's just watch it. Fuck it. Let's just watch it.
asylum to Rwanda are inhumane. They're inhumane and are going to ruin people's lives.
Priti Patel, as a young person who wants to live in a fair and compassionate society, we are disgusted by your treatment of refugees.
Oh, this is so based. It's so based. It's so fucking based. Every time they take one out, another one stands up. Get fucked, security. Get fucked.
Priti Patel, at every opportunity we will stand against your cruel plans. We will stand with migrants, refugees and people seeking asylum.
Isn't it like ironic as well that like these fucking twats in suits are literally sat there going, ow, 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 ow. Like that's all they know. That's all these people know. That's all they know. They just want to send people out. They're just like, get out of our country, get out of our dinner, get out. Like that's all they know. That's all they know. They have no other shit. They're just like, ow, 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 like fucking, not gophers, lemmings. Oh, hell yeah. Get him. Fucking get him.
Priti Patel, we demand you drop your racist and problematic Rwanda migration policy. We demand that you be treated.
It's so funny because they're like louder than everybody else anyway, you know?
This world fairly, and you treat them with respect.
Like, and look at this person right here. Right fucking here. Like, they know that what they're doing is fucked. They know you'd see it. Every single little bit of this, right? Whenever you get doom pilled, remember, people are fucking human. They are. And when shit like this happens, a little fucking worm gets in the brain. And that brain worm will eventually eat away at the bit of the brain that is saying, you're doing something wrong, you're doing something wrong, you're doing something wrong, you're doing something wrong. And it will fucking get there eventually, whether it happens now, whether it happens in 30 years on the deathbed. It's worth it. It's worth it to stand up and say something.
Refugees are welcome here. Refugees are welcome here. Say it loud, say it clear. Refugees are welcome here. Say it loud, say it clear. Refugees are welcome here.
Fucking love that. That's a fucking quality video. I'm glad that we got reminded of that. That was so sick. But yeah, it's literally like just like young people standing up and being like, yeah, get fucked. Like, I love that shit. Classic Are We the Baddies face. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Wonder how much these people paid for their tickets. Yeah, that sucks. That's the only thing that sucks, right?
Each of us is signing up to commitments that recognizes the challenges we all share and the responsibility that impacts on all of our nations.
The Summit of the Americas was marred by Biden's decision to exclude the leaders of Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. The Mexican president, Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, boycotted the summit in response. The leaders of Bolivia, Guatemala, and El Salvador.
Yeah, Mexico, Bolivia, El Salvador, Guatemala. These are all countries that are getting literally like more left in it. Like they're literally getting more and more left wing. And so like I fucking love that. Because Biden blocked Cuba from coming and Nicaragua and what was the other place that he blocked from coming? Venezuela. All these other like countries who are wanting to get more based are just like, all right, we won't come then, dickhead.
also skipped the gathering. In France,
I went on a date with a guy recently who was calling his younger colleagues Gen Z snowflakes who don't want to do any work. Columbo, how do you manage this? How do you manage this? How do you manage, like, going on dates with Tories? This is so fucking funny. I have no idea what I would do. I have no idea what I would do if that happened to me. Like, every single person that I get with is, like, visually not a Tory. Do you know what I mean? Like, they have to, like, at least have some tattoos. If they've got tattoos, that's like a 70% chance that they're not a Tory, you know? Mexico's an inspiring country. Yeah, for sure. I'll tell you who's even more inspiring than Mexico, the state. The Zapatistas. That shit's inspiring as fuck. Hey, Lyra, how's it going? Welcome in.
President Emmanuel Macron is fighting to keep his parliamentary majority after a strong showing by a left-wing alliance led by Jean-Luc Mélenchon. During the first round of voting in parliamentary elections, the blocs led by Macron and Mélenchon each received around a quarter of the vote. Marine Le Pen's far-right party came in third with just under 19% of the vote. Voters will return to the polls next Sunday for a second and final round of voting. Syria suspended
That could be interesting as well in France.
all flights at the Damascus International Airport after an Israeli attack damaged the airport's runway and observation tower. Israel reportedly launched a volley of missiles from the occupied Golan Heights early Friday morning. Syria, Iran, and Russia condemned the attack. In recent years, Israel's quietly carried out hundreds of strikes inside Syria, targeting Syrian forces as well as Iranian-backed.
Like, this is the thing about Israel, right? Like, when you hear Norman Finkelstein talk about Israel, and he is really the expert on Israel and Palestine. Like, he's done so much work reporting and analyzing and trying to figure it out. And when you hear him talk about Israel, he literally refers to Israel as a crazy state. Like, they are constantly looking for people to go to war with. They're like, should we go to war with Jordan? Should we go to war with Iran? Should we go to war with Syria? Should we go to... And they're all, like, Arab nations. Like, every single one of them. And that's what it's all about. Like, it's not like... When people make excuses for Israel being, like, the land of the Jews and saying, like, oh, how dare you say that the Jews don't deserve their land, you only need to point out the fact that they are not satisfied with their land. They want to fucking annex more land. Like, they're just like, no, sorry, we're going to attack Lebanon. We're going to attack fucking, you know, all these other nations. It's so fucked. So extremely fucked. State of Israel is another nation that has nuclear weapons. Right, exactly. And people wonder why Iran is so desperate to get nuclear weapons. You know, it's so obvious, right?
Fighters. In Brazil, a search team has found items belonging to the missing indigenous expert Bruno Pereira and British...
8DX-Man says, when we went to Cuba in 2020, the 3 points I took were 1, the blockade. 2, you could see they had to adapt to 600 assassination attempts. 3, socialist resource distribution works. Doesn't have to be supermarkets. Hell yeah. Listen, that's fucking amazing because, like, it's... I've had to tell people who are... Like, you're fairly new to my stream, right? And I've had to tell people who are like regulars in my stream before that your predisposition towards Cuba is going to be incorrect if you live in the Imperial Core. You know? That's just a fact. We've had people in this chat who are members of the community who are like, you know, complaining that, like, oh my god, they don't have any media freedom, that there's no freedom of the press, you know, oh my god, and all this stuff about, oh, but they still have cops though. And it's like, you just don't realize it, but you are just parroting state propaganda. You're parroting capitalist state propaganda against Cuba. And like, how else do you want a state to exist outside of the Imperial Core that is actively trying to do communism? They're actually trying to do communism. You know? I think most people have an anti-Cuba phase. Yeah, so okay, yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah, we're still on the news divided, but we only got a little bit. We only got a little bit here. Cuba's done more of the COVID vaccine than the USA. Oh, fucking... Listen, do you know what I heard recently? I wonder if I can pull this up. Cuba, what is it? Develops? Yeah, that's the right word. Develops 5-strain COVID vaccine. Okay, not just Cuba. Cuba and China jointly develop. This is the British Medical Journal, I believe. That's what it's called. Cuba and China jointly develop a vaccine against new strains of SARS-CoV-2. China and Cuba join efforts to obtain a vaccine called Pan-Corona that is effective against the different strains of the SARS coronavirus 2 virus and prevents COVID-19. Scientists from the Cuban Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology developed the product in an open facility of the city of Yongzhou, Hunan province, for research between the two countries. The project arose at the request of the Chinese side and has the approval of the Cuban Ministry of Science and Technology. Also, another thing about Cuba that I heard. This is absolutely mental, by the way. Trying to think about this, right? This is a PubMed thing, so I don't think this is legit. But this is absolutely incredible. Sinovac EGF is a vaccine used to treat cancer, specifically non-small cell lung carcinoma. This is literally like a lung cancer vaccine. Developed in Cuba. You can get it in Colombia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Peru, Paraguay. But they're all shithole countries, by the way. And the UK and the US, we're leading the way. Leading the way in every single way. Madness. Absolute madness. Hate to kill a lizard. What's going on? The place you're staying at right now is haunted as fuck. You're getting some negative vibes. I would love to hear you post about that in the Discord. That would be cool as fuck. Yeah, Cuba's got so many doctors. Yeah, we saw that. Yeah. So what, like it trains your antibodies to destroy cancerous cells? I guess so. I don't know. Like that's how mRNA vaccines work, right? Since it was just before Corona, they had so many medics just walking around asking people about symptoms. See, yeah, and like, if you went just before Corona, they were like onto it already. You know, it's fucking ridiculous. So ridiculous. I absolutely did not believe this when I first read it. My grandfather died of lung cancer. The idea of a vaccine having been available, invented, and not being available here pissed me off enough to kick my cognitive dissonance for a bit. Yeah. That's what it is. PubMed is an aggregator for open access medical journalists. It's a legit note, and not all the sources it republishes are. Right, I'm with you, okay.
Journalist Dom Phillips. Brazilian federal police said Sunday they had found a backpack, laptop, and clothes in the Javari Valley, a remote portion of the Amazon where the two were conducting research. The area is one of Brazil's largest indigenous territories and home to drug trafficking, poaching, and illegal fishing networks. This comes after police reported finding traces of blood in the boat of a fisherman who was arrested last week in connection with their disappearance.
Who's died? What the fuck? Who is this? I wasn't listening.
In Brazil, a search team has found items belonging to the missing indigenous expert Bruno Pereira and British journalist Dom Phillips.
Oh, okay. Right.
Federal police said Sunday they had found a backpack, laptop, and clothes in the Javari Valley, a remote portion of the Amazon where the two were conducting research.
Listen, man. If you're doing research for, like, you know, indigenous people in Brazil, and you're a journalist as well, and you're going to do some reporting on what it's like to be an indigenous person in Brazil under Bolsonaro's regime, I'm not saying that the cops would have done this, but I'm also saying that it's highly possible that cops could have done this. And the way that they'll spin it is that the indigenous people there are savages, they're barbaric, and they killed them because they looked at them funny or something like that. That's just, that could be a thing. That could be a thing. I'm just saying it could be a thing. I'm not saying it is a thing. I'm just saying, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, you know?
The area is one of Brazil's largest indigenous territories and home to
It's just extremely sus, do you know what I mean?
COVID pandemic.
He was threatened by oil and logging companies for his work, if I remember correctly. Yeah. 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 I'm doing a couple of jigsaw pieces, you know, matching together, blaming it on drug activity in the area. Yeah, like that drug activity that, you know, wouldn't exist if they did good things for drug policy rather than, you know, everything illegal. Right. Yeah. So what I'm hearing is that even if they say that that's what happened, that they still caused it. Right. That's how I'm seeing it.
Chinese authorities have begun testing 5 million people in the most populous section of Beijing after a new COVID outbreak at a bar that had just reopened from earlier restrictions had been lifted.
Oh boy.
Beijing officials have postponed reopening schools in parts of the city and placed numerous people under lockdown.
Listen, like, this is what fucking annoys me so much, is that they could just do this in China and it's fine. It's just fine. People are living like they're doing, I guess so mad at this. So mad at this. Like, they could do this in our country and it would not be affecting, like, it's just so absurd. It's so fucking absurd. Everything that's happening in this pandemic in this country, the UK specifically, is being done to try and manufacture consent for us to have a private healthcare system like the US. Like, that's what's happening. You know? No, Muel, they did the drugs because they don't have the self-control of civilized people. Ah, you're right. That's my bad, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Must have been all the weed, yeah. I cannot hear drug activity in the Amazon and not immediately think CIA. Yeah, for sure.
In other pandemic news, the Food and Drug Administration said Pfizer-BioNTech's 3-dose vaccine for children under the age of 5 is safe and effective. The FDA appears poised to soon authorize vaccines by both Pfizer and Moderna for young children. In Idaho, 31 members of the Patriot Front, a white...
Oh yeah, this one. We covered this on Red Planet last night.
...supremacist neo-Nazi group were arrested Saturday in the city of Coeur d'Alene ahead of a gay pride event. Police say the men were found packed into a U-Haul truck armed with riot gear. A tipster had called police saying they'd seen a, quote, little army being loaded into the truck at a nearby hotel.
They don't know how to do anything. It's so fucking funny. Yeah, that is so fucking, yeah, no, it is, listen, it is scary, but it's also absolutely hilarious how these idiots don't know anything about InfoSec and OPSEC. Like, they want to be the army so much. They want to be, like, military people so much, right? That they forget that they have to actually learn how to do InfoSec and OPSEC. You know what I mean? OPSEC is when you load the fascist clown car in broad daylight. Yeah, dressed like a LARPer. Literally, someone saw it, like, oh, right, okay, uh-huh. Got a bunch of guys who were looking like they're wanting to start a war getting into that U-Haul van. Okay, all right,
At a news conference, Coeur d'Alene Police Chief Lee White said the members of the Patriot Front were arrested on charges of conspiracy to riot.
They were wearing arm patches. One of them said Patriot Front. The majority of them had logos on their hats. They were consistent with the Patriot Front group that you would see online. They were also wearing khaki pants, and everyone was dressed exactly the same. Well, very, very similar anyway.
Well, you know, our take on it on Red Planet last night was that it was feds, right? It was the FBI who did this. Yeah, 80X man saying somebody said they had the FBI in their telegrams. Yeah, could be. You know, it doesn't stop cops being bastards. It's good that the cops stop them. That's fine. There's every chance that the cops could have just like let them do this. But I think Kira got it pretty spot on last night in saying that the cops are on like damage control right now, and they're like they don't want anyone to be like thinking that cops are like extra bad. So like, you know, the Uvalde thing, that's like pretty well known. Even libs are protesting about it, and they're like, okay, we gotta do a bunch of stuff to make us look good. Why are they wearing their own fucking merchandise to a riot? Because they are idiots. Well, it's two things really. It's probably not because they're idiots. It's probably because they think that the police are on their side. Right? What fascists don't understand is that the actual fascists in power are using them. And that's the funniest shit you know, that you can take out of this, right? When they are too big for their boots, and when they overstep their mark, the state will come fucking crashing down on them. It's like January 6th. It's like January 6th. You know? And yeah, they do have to arrest their mates for appearances. Absolutely. And that is a lot going on. There's a lot of that going on, sorry. All wearing their white douche uniform. Yeah, you just like shouting to people like, yeah, we are the fascists, right?
And if you go online, look up Patriot Front, that's exactly how these individuals are dressed.
The Food and Drug Administration's acknowledged for the first time 9 children may have died after consuming contaminated baby formula made by Abbott Labs at the largest baby formula manufacturing plant in the nation in Sturgis, Michigan.
Oh, God, what the fuck?
Friday, the FDA had only acknowledged the deaths of 2 children linked to a
Wow, look at all these empty shelves. Kind of looking like Venezuela now, USA. Bad luck, sweaty. You know, try better. Maybe you should try capitalism. That's the right social order.
Contamination outbreak at the Abbott plant in Michigan. A whistleblower at the plant sent the FDA a report detailing safety and sanitation violations by Abbott as early as February.
On a real though, it's extremely fucked that safety standards are not right. This, yeah, you know, I don't want to like upset people with kids in the chat by like joking about this or anything, but you know, like being serious for a minute, there are so many problems with capitalism being in charge of what our kids eat. You know what I mean? And one of those things is that people who work in factories where these things are produced, they don't have protections, they don't have good wages, so they don't give a fuck. They're just like, who cares? We're you know, a little bit of rat poison gets in the baby formula, I don't give a fuck. You know? Because why should they? Well, we know why they should, because it's nice to be nice, innit? But, you know, you can never really say why someone chooses to do a thing if it's observed, but there's every chance as well that this thing is just like an accident that maybe would have not happened if the people doing the job were paid well for it, you know, had a say in what the company was doing and shit like that. Feel bad for all these mothers needing formula. I gave the last cans I had away. The mom was so thankful because she said some people were charging $100 a can. $100 a can? Dude, what a fucking horrific system. I hate this so much. And let's have women forcibly go through pregnancy. Plenty of food for the unwanted babies. That's another thing, right? This is all after Roe v. Wade. Like, how can any American, how can any human being who's got any kind of function in their body where they can like observe the immediate surroundings of what's going on in the world at this moment in time, sit there and be like, yeah, Roe v. Wade overturned that shit. Madness. In Cuba, the shelves were full of peaches, but like, again, food distribution and scarcity works different. Right, yeah. Yeah. Just like tons of peaches. Donated some of my baby's breast milk to another mom who couldn't produce any. Her baby couldn't tolerate formula, all organized by parents. Not a great system. See, that's the exact shit that you need, right? That mutual aid is what comes through in the end anyway. When people are forced, this is why we just need to be doing mutual aid all the time. Always be doing mutual aid. The ABDMA, right? ABDMA. Always be doing mutual aid. Because eventually, you're going to need it anyway. Because capitalism doesn't care about actual scarcity. It only cares about the manufactured scarcity that scares you into buying more shit. You know?
2021. But it took the FDA a year to take action and close the plant. Meanwhile, baby formula shortages are still increasing in parts of the country, especially in the South and Southwest. Olympian Simone Biles and almost 100 other sexual abuse survivors have sued the FBI over its failures to promptly investigate Larry Nassar, the former Team USA gymnastics doctor. The FBI first...
Oh, this guy. Holy fucking shit. Oh, I heard about this guy. This shit is so fucked up.
Received reports of sexual abuse by Nassar in 2015, but the agency failed to act for a full year, leaving Dr. Nassar free to continue his sexual abuse. In 2017, Nassar pled guilty to sexual assault, child pornography, and evidence tampering charges. He was sentenced to over 40 years in jail. Former University of Michigan gymnast Samantha Roy said, if the FBI had simply done its job, Nassar would have been stopped before he ever had the chance to abuse hundreds of girls, including me, she said.
Horrific.
Google's agreed to pay $118 million to over 15,000 female workers to settle a class-action gender discrimination lawsuit. The lawsuit accused Google of systematically underpaying women in California in violation of state law. Meanwhile, female...
Is 15 grand gonna cut it? I don't know, you know. I don't know.
Employees at the...
This is the most disgusting thing about capitalism, right? Imagine a reality where money didn't matter and stuff like this was unfortunately still going on. It wouldn't obviously, because money doesn't exist, etc., etc. But some other kind of discrimination happened, right? Oh, did it say 180 million to 15,000 women? Okay, let's do the maths. Let's do some quick maths, chat. Quick maths. All right. 118. That's 180 million, right? Yes, it is. Divided by 15,000. Okay. 8 grand. 8 grand each. No, sorry. No, sorry, pal. Like, not gonna happen. What's going on here? What's with this glitchy shit going on here? Yo, that's so weird. What's up with Microsoft Calculator and this weird graphic glitch? Look at this shit. What's going on? You see that? That's so weird. Anyway, okay, enough of that. 8 grand. 8 fucking grand. Peanuts.
Software company Oracle are facing a new setback in their lawsuit against the company. On Friday, a judge stripped them of their class action status. And retired Marine 4-star General John Allens resigned as the president of the Brookings Institute. The FBI recently seized Allens' electronic data as a part of a probe into whether he lied about his role in secretly lobbying for the government of Qatar. And those are some of the headlines. This is
fucking hell. Oh my God. Well, thank you, Amy. Thank you for the news. Chat, look, it's done. Chat, look, it's done. It's done. It's done. It was painless. It was painless in the end. No one suffered apart from all the people who suffered. Dudes rock. Patriot right there, right. All right, Lyra, thanks for being here. Take it easy. I've already been streaming for 2 hours. That's mental. Right, so, listen. It's time for... Yeah, Duma Hour is over. Is that how you say Qatar? I say Qatar. You know? No one, and by no one we mean all, suffered in the end. That's right, Dex. That's right. Right, listen, we're watching FD Signifier's Manosphere video. Been wanting to watch this ever since it came out 2 weeks ago. Not had the time, not had the chance. But very excited to check this out. It's a long one. It's an hour and 30 minutes. I'm going to do my best to not pause it. I'm going to do my absolute Donald Muel best to be not pausing. So let's check this out. I'm gonna throw up a content warning for misogyny. Because I imagine that's the main crux of what's going on. And also, watched Jessie Jenner's amazing video essay on James Gunn earlier today. I saw that she did that, and she references the fact that he's in Romeo and Juliet, or he's been in Troma Productions. It was Dime Package between. It was Dime Package who told me that initially, I think. Take notes in between, timestamps maybe, stuff you want to get back on a later time. No, I will end up pausing every 5 minutes. I will end up just doing that. It's like Sophie says, pause champ rise up. I'm just going to be pausing. React streamers do be pausing. At the end of the day, like, you know... Yeah, it's just how it's going to be. Right, okay. Let me get this title done. So there we go. Dissecting the Manosphere. Gumba Master said earlier in the chat that whenever they hear the word Manosphere, it sounds like Manos, the Hands of Fate. And I agree. That is a good film. That is a good film. Excuse me. It's more fun if you pause champing. Thank you, Nyeka Noise. I appreciate that. That's how we... listen, that's the chat. That's the chat that I want. That's the chat messages that I want. But listen. Speaking of chat messages and the chat messages that I want, we are edging closer and closer. It's 2 days, in fact. It's 2 days until the middle of the month, chat. And we are about 95 quid away from the halfway point. 95 quid. And you know what that means, gang? If we get to 400 quid by Wednesday, I'm going to do as a double bill. That's right. So, instead of just watching David Lynch's Dune in June, we're also going to be watching Rebel D-slur. It's not a word I can say. It's a slur that people use against lesbians. But yeah, a cool film called Rebel D. And if we get to £400 before Wednesday, so I'm talking tonight and tomorrow, then that's going to be the double bill for the movie night, which will be happening not next Wednesday, but the Wednesday after, I think. Yes. Not Wednesday. Not next weekend, but the weekend after. The weekend after. So, like, Saturday I don't fucking know. Like the 25th. The 25th. I say that word so much, it really threw me when you said you couldn't. Uh-huh. That's the benefit of being a trans woman lesbian. You get to use both of the gay slurs. You get to say the F slur and the D slur, and you're fine. Right. Let's talk about how you can support me, right? I would ask you to, if you're gonna, because this will only count towards the dono goal if you do it this way. If you do the sub off Twitch command in the chat, We asked you to sub off Twitch for a couple of reasons. I got a video coming out this week. It's called Twitch's White Supremacy Problem. That's the whole reason that we want you to sub off Twitch. That's the whole reason that I would rather you not give Twitch your money. We're trying to make a bit of a statement, and also it means that 100% of the money that you donate will come directly to me. And that is also a benefit of subbing off Twitch. So make sure you do that if you're financially able. If you're not financially able, don't worry about it. It's one of those things. I won't be mad at you. But what you can do is you can retweet my Go Live tweet, which is always fun, or you can just do like a Prime sub. If you got Prime, if you DJ, Amazon Prime, you could just link that to your Twitch and get that free sub and give that to me, because I get money regardless, and Twitch doesn't get any extra money. So there you go. But like I said, yeah, we'll be unlocking movie night at 400 quid. 800 quid will be unlocking a very, very cool stream where I dress as Gandalf. And what's the other one? What's the other one? I'm playing Battle for Middle-earth 2. That's the stream that you'll be unlocking with the £800. It'll be very fun. It'll be very cool, actually. Look at this! Niaka Noise with the £6.66. Thank you so much for donating the Satan number. Thank you so much. I am, of course, the Pope, Satan. That's right. Thank you so much for donating. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the stream. Subbing off Twitch. Right. Listen, I've done all the shilling. It's time. Gandalf, Donald, Jonald. That's right, Goblin Hugger. Tingle? Wait, what? Oh, God. Yeah, we've had the discussion about using even reclaimed slurs in the chat. I would rather you don't do that because... Oh, my God! Smutty Baba Yaga, thank you so much for the £15 donated off Twitch. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. I'm so looking forward to filming Goblin content. I'm going to be hanging out with Sophie on the 1st of July. Heading down there. And we are going to be filming Goblin content. It's going to be Goblin content. We're going to do a gnome dance. It's going to be really good. Very excited. Okay, that's enough. That's enough shilling from me. It's time for the video. Very exciting. Very PogChamp. Very Sophie Pilled and Mars Champ. So, a thing that we like to do, if you've not been here before, while we watch a leftist video, is I like to share it in the chat. Please make sure that you go and support Feek. As Sophie says, we stand Feek. Feek's a great content creator. We love him. Friend of Red Planet. Please go. Is that Aronok's animation? I know Aronok does animations for Feek. So yeah, quite possibly. Hey Thora, how are you doing? Yeah, please go and play the video in the background on mute. Give Feek a like, a comment, and subscribe if you've not already. We want to support the leftists that we showcase on the stream. So please, please, please go do that. And I'm going to start the video. Let's fucking go. Let's watch it. Let's see what it's saying.
Dragmatic.
The ideal that man could aspire to.
Glaspa, thank you so much for the £20. Oh my God, gang, we are only 53 quid away from getting a double feature this week. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go, chat. If we get to £400 before Wednesday, that's the double feature unlocked. If you leave it till Wednesday, we're just getting a single feature. You don't want that. You don't want that. The second film that we're watching, by the way, let me just like shill this a little bit more. I remember Shafiq was talking about it, and they said it was really fucking cool. About like anti-fascist lesbians and shit. So I think it's just going to be really, really good in general. But listen, you know, Shafiq, if Shafiq's recommending it, I'm going to want to watch it. That's a given, to be honest. So yeah, just think about that, chat. Appreciate you, Glass Bar.
With your ideal tatters, you're weak. That's definitional.
The question is, are you hungry enough and willing to fucking eat shit, or are you soft?
Are you hungry enough and willing to eat shit?
So the thing is this, you gotta understand uncomfortable realities about women. And one of the most uncomfortable realities is women tend to live opportunistically. It is what it is, guys. It's hardwired into them.
What does that mean? That means that they will die alone. What it means is you will, in effect, leave this planet with nothing to show for it.
Nihilism is what scares me in young dudes the most nowadays, because I think the moment that people do start, particularly young white dudes do start embracing that nothingness, that to me is where all the really dark shit can grow. It's that absence of belief that I think makes such a fertile ground for all the shit that we've been talking about.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. That's literally like the basis for any kind. Is that Super Eye Patch Wolf? Is it? I don't know. Could be. But yeah, that is absolutely spot on. Like, you know, when you see a lot of people talk about not just the manosphere, not just misogyny and whatnot. What's this?
May the ritual begin.
Ludo Nar, thank you so much for the £6.66. It's the Satan amount. Thank you so much. Let's fucking go. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. We are now 46 quids. 46 British pounds quids away from the halfway point of the goal. Let's fucking go, chat. Buzzing. Absolutely buzzing. Yeah. I would recommend his video on Berserk. Fantastic fucking stuff. Hell yeah. I do need to watch that, actually, because I'm going to make my own video on Berserk very, very soon. But yeah. Gonna see a lot of familiar faces in this? Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Okay, so here's the actual content warnings. I'm gonna try and get all of this in one. In as many as I can, even. Because I'm not gonna be able to fit all of that on the screen. Okay, content warning. So I was obviously right for misogyny. Transphobia. Black misandry. So that's going to be like hatred of black men. I feel like, I don't know. Racism should cover that, I think. I imagine. I don't know if it's like a childhood trauma is like a pretty big one. Mass violence and shit as well. And suicide. Fuck it. I'm just going to try and fit as many as I can on. And see, like, if before it becomes unreadable. Childhood trauma. I think just maybe just trauma. Black misandry is internal within the black community. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to yeah, I'm gonna have to put that down. Violence. Okay, you can read that still, right? Black misandry. You see, this is where it gets unreadable. Can I do this? No. Why does that not work? Why does like a... You can still read it? Okay, that's fine. Alright, that's good. I want to make it a bit bigger. I should be able to make it a bit bigger. Suicide, trauma, violence, black misandry. I think that's everything. I think I got it. I think that covers everything. Okay, good. Alright, good. We're good. Alright. Yeah, I just tried to put it over 2 lines, Goblin Hugger. I don't know why it doesn't fucking do that. It's so stupid. Why is OBS like this? Maybe if I go into, will it do it like this? Hang on, it might. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. That's loads better. That's loads better. You can do it. Yeah, you can do it. 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 There you go. That looks loads better. Thank you. Phenomenal. That's fucking phenomenal. Look at that, and I can like shove it over there. Perfect. Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what we like. All right. Let's go.
So almost a year ago, I released a video called Edgelord Movies and the Men Who Love Them. It was actually loosely based on research I had been doing for years on the Manosphere, specifically around spree shooters for my graduate studies. I had only been making videos for around a year and had little to no traction or momentum for the channel, maybe like 500 subscribers at the time. And I was just trying new things. I had only like recently started speaking on camera in my videos. In fact, I think this is maybe the second video that I had done on cam. So today I'm making a video that, I don't know, I wonder if this will be received in the way I hope it will. And I was kind of scared, and it's very much an experiment. And in a lot of ways, I didn't know what I was doing. I knew that I knew my topic area, but you can watch the video and see the phone that I was filming on. This Samsung Galaxy Note. I took a car mount that I was using for this phone and stuck that thing on a plate and then put a book on top of the plate to keep it stable. And that's how I filmed that video.
That's relatable. That's some early YouTube shit that I used to do as well. Before I got like a decent DSLR, mirrorless camera, or like any kind of DSLR or anything like that to film with. I had my phone on, I can't remember what it was that I used. I had like super similar to Feek setup. It was like a desk. So I had like a desk mic thing. I've still got that actually. Where's that? I don't know where it is. It's not to hand. But like, and I had one of those, you know, little wire things that you would like hold. It's like a phone holder basically, but I just like wrapped it around that.
Almost all of my videos for like months, even as the channel like grew. Like Break Bread was filmed on that phone. Yeah, I think after Break Bread was when I finally got a camera that, you know, I could use, or maybe even that's not true. Anyway, the point is, I have recorded over 2 hours worth of footage that I whittled down to about a 40-minute video, and in the process I cut out large chunks of ideas that I wanted to explore on that topic. But despite all of that, it was a well-received video. It's still one of my most popular videos that regularly gets views to this day. And it even got the attention of a anti-SJW content creator who reacted to my video in a like 3.5 hour live stream. There are a lot of people, a lot of mostly young white men.
I know this person. Wait, what the fuck? Where do I know this person from?
That are just out there bad. That's the
And they're the only ones who are gonna hate this video. The only ones. There's so many white men. They're out there bad right now, man. They out here having opinions different from me and shit.
I do know that Jalong Bonnie at the time had about 90,000 subscribers, and I had probably less than 1,000. That wasn't very nice of her. But now she has 98,000 subscribers, and man, how petty would it be if like I was to ask y'all to go and subscribe to her channel and push her up to 100,000 subscribers so she can get her plaque, because she's been working really hard. She puts out a lot of content. She has excellent thumbnails, like no shade. Thumbnail game is on point. And so, so she can get her silver plaque and always—
Hey brother, what's going on?
That it was me that helped her get it. How petty would that be? But no, seriously.
Yeah, what would that be like, gang? What would that be like? I wonder.
Instead of supporting me by being petty, I'm actually way more interested in you supporting. I've grown a lot over the past year as a creator and learned more about just being more professional at this job, and even got an editor. And I've also kind of like had to engage with the unique responsibility of existing as a male creator on BreadTube or LeftTube, especially as a black male creator on BreadTube or LeftTube with a relatively significant following. I've attained a space where people value my content, and I want to honor that sense of respect to people liking what I have to say and wanting to know about my opinions on certain things. As really a lot of things have begun to fully settle in my head, I've often wanted to return to this topic of edgelords, but with more perspective, more research, more empathy, more voices, more everything really. Another thing that hit me is how it would be unique on some level to talk about the subject of this topic in the same way that I talked about Nicki Minaj in my last video, where I made sure to bring on black films who had been there in the moment to experience Nicki.
Wait, did we watch this together? No, I watched this when I was sick. I was about to say, yeah, that was a sick video. Remember that, chat? But then I remembered that we didn't watch it together because I was ill. I watched this on my own.
Nicki's rise, or when I talked about black love a little while ago, it made sure to bring
we watched this one.
A variety of experiences of loving or being loved while black. I've long noticed, however, that when it comes to talking about whiteness and white men, although of course it's usually white men doing all of the talking, they never fully occupy the space solely as a subject. The same way that non-white or non-men do when other topics arise. We tend to situate being white and male as a default status with minimal need to assess or examine it critically as a specific intersection of identity.
So like a big thing in the UK, when I've spoken to black people who were, you know, having uncomfortable conversations about like racism and stuff, right? Is that, whenever a white guy, and this is probably the US thing as well, whenever a white guy is talking about people, like, you know, a figurative person or like a person that they saw or whatever, they will never say, oh, I saw this white guy down the road, etc., right? It will always be like, oh, I saw this black guy though. You know what I mean? I just heard I watched this when I was 6. No. I couldn't have done that. I'd be too young to be here, yeah. And so like that is like such a good point, because it's like with white people, we're always thinking like, oh, I don't need to tell someone that I was talking about a white guy, but if it's an Asian guy, I need to point that out. And that happens in the UK like so much. And like luckily, that's something that I've grown up with, like knowing, because I went to school with like a bunch of people from different backgrounds and races and cultures and shit. And it was like a huge thing. Like I remember that was like one of the first things. It's like, why did you have to say he was a black guy? And I was like, oh, because he's not white, you know. Happens in the US too, of course. Yeah, I was gonna say like I imagine it happens in the US, right? I imagine it does, but. Yeah, if there's one thing that like the UK and the US, you know, we could be guaranteed that like, you know, people are gonna see eye to eye on, it's like racism, how to do our racism, right?
We don't look at being white and being male as its own thing and not as a control group for other things to be compared to. When we think of intersectionality, we never think that white maleness is an intersection when it is. But even just me evoking the concept of intersectionality and saying the intersection of whiteness and maleness, and for the most part cisgendered and hetero, that's somewhat transgressive. And I know from experience that there are going to be those who are uncomfortable with evoking such a standpoint or critical lens to talk about white men. And I get that. So this video was not supposed to start like this. It was not supposed to start at the editing table. However, 99% of this video was written and recorded over 2 weeks ago. And in that time, there have been 3 spree shootings to hit the media that we know of, and possibly even more. This video was meant to be an examination of the manosphere and serve as My perspective on it as a whole, from its history to its reason for existing, to its less toxic elements, all the way over to the extreme portions of it that in some ways lead to what we have been seeing these past few weeks. The first major chunk of this video, made before the recent news, takes a empathetic and inquisitive look at the types of boys and men and behavior that we often associate with spree shooters. I make a relatively transgressive argument that says that we need to look explicitly at the intersection between whiteness and maleness, and it's awkward. It feels weird to do that, and it feels even weirder and almost kind of gross under the circumstances. However, this is based on research I did for my PhD program, which I am not finishing. Don't ask, but life is too short. And my research tells me that this is a sound and reasonable angle to engage with to make sense of these types of events and the manosphere as a whole. And later in the video, I do take a more critical look at spree shootings and specifically this type of gendered spectacle violence, and how really in a lot of ways we don't have the best understanding of how race plays into it. However, under the circumstances, my fear is that the tone of this first chunk combined with the energy around this topic right now might turn people off initially, especially since I know most people won't watch more than the first 30 minutes of this video. If I'm lucky, this video's long as hell. I'm sorry, I had a lot to say. I think my explanation and examination of this
He's been watching too many of my videos, man. He thinks that people aren't gonna be out here watching long ass videos and shit like that. No, I'm making an effort, Feek. I'm doing it. I'm doing it, dude. Telling you now. I understand him on quitting a PhD program. Getting your PhD is, I don't even have words, you get destroyed in PhD programs. I have heard of that. Yeah. Yeah. Here in Czechoslovakia, it's the Roma, so I will say drunk Czech guy, but almost everyone here will make a point to say a Roma did something. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely like, yeah. It's like Shafiq is saying, it's a thing all over the Imperial Core and Survived, yeah, as well.
The part of the issue is useful and even more timely considering the situation, but paradoxically it's also poorly timed because all of us are still going through this right now in the moment, and it's not always easy to jump into a philosophical discussion about an ongoing current crisis. So in the end, what I'm really...
Oh my god, Muel, you have 2 Czechs in your community? What the hell? That might even be more. That might be like a lurker who's just like, you know, not got a Twitch account and, you know, just chilling out. You know?
For here is that you give me grace, and if you can, watch the whole video. Watch it in chunks. There's chapters in the description. This was a tough video to make even before the recent events. But all that said, I'm definitely not the final voice on this topic, and I'm sure that there are some things that I will get wrong or miss completely. But my heart is in the right place, I promise. Okay, now that the dramatic tension that I envisioned when making this video has been thoroughly destroyed, let's just go ahead and start it anyway. But I personally think that this is part of the problem, really. By leaving white men as this box that is perpetually checked when we begin to analyze social issues, we leave a lot of details and information underdeveloped. Now, I don't know if what I'm about to do will work because I am doing something a bit transgressive, but that's the nature of science. So if it doesn't work, I'm sure somebody will come behind me and fix it. And if it does work, you know.
Yeah, I think that there was a repeat of a line there, yeah.
Maybe we'll do something special here. And to make it work as best as I can, I have made the effort to talk to some white dudes, all of which have that unique standpoint of the edgelord identity that can provide some perspective explicitly about how whiteness and maleness contributes to it. And if this video's length is an indicator, shit may get complex, so we shall see.
Oh, they don't really mean what they're saying.
Oh my god, it's Chill Goblin. It's our James. Our bloody James. This is going to be one of these videos again, isn't it? Where it's like, oh my god, look, it's this guy. Oh my god, it's that guy.
This is all a joke. Everybody in 4chan's a Nazi. Like, they all pretend to be a Nazi. They all pretend to be whatever. They all pretend to be pedophiles.
At a point.
Exactly. And like, I looking back, I'm like kind of embarrassed to say this, but like I really didn't pick up on like how dangerous that was. And I just thought it was just like another way of being, you know, funny and making jokes. And this was, I think this is like an extremely intentional thing. This is like the sort of thing that like white nationalists will talk about as a way of radicalizing people.
A lot of anxiety about like, I'm saying edgy stuff, but like everybody here is cool with it, right? And, you know, as I got older, I would realize more and more like, just because your white friends are cool with it doesn't necessarily mean it's cool. So yeah, like I understand some of where these people like begin, because I think a lot of them begin in a similar place.
Innuendo Studios, by the way, has got one of the best analyses of how the alt-right works. Fucking highly recommend The Card Says Moops, the alt-right playbook. I repeat a lot of his talking points in terms of, you know, don't try and debate with fascists because they're not playing from the same playbook as you and shit like that. Just a really good bit of info. Also, the more recent Gamergate talk. I've not seen that.
Place. And I sort of saw the direction that things would go. Like I would be on forums and I would watch those forums slowly become more conservative until all the people like me.
His video on the guy who made Fez is really good too. That guy is a whole thing. A whole fucking thing, honestly.
Kind of stopped wanting to post there. And then, you know, the alt-right happened and Trump got elected and Charlottesville happened. And all of these things made me realize like, okay, I need to get more explicitly political in my videos.
My family, I felt like I was just fading into the background. And at school, like I went to an all boys school where like a sensitive young lad such as me sort of faded into the background. And there was just like a very hyper masculine environment. And as a result of that, I feel like I needed to claim my own power outside of traditional masculinity. And around that time, I was like quite into anime and such. And I wasn't listening to metal music, but I listened to music that had like a good amount of edge to it. Funny thing, like in retrospect, like I didn't realize like this is depression that I was feeling. But yeah, as a result, I just sort of retreated into the things that pandered to my need to feel.
Yeah, this is probably going to be, you know, relatable for a lot of people who are, you know, if you're cis, if you're white, if you're you know, if you're a man, like maybe not all those things together, but if you're certainly one of them, you're gonna, you know, hear some of this and be like, oh, okay, yeah, for sure, like, you know. And I feel like there should be like a phenomena associated with it, because this guy's talking about like the end of school, and Ian was kind of talking about that too, and I guess James was as well. They all seem to be focusing on like the very first, like early, but like early adult interactions with other people in the real world, like on the internet at least, right? Like they're talking about retreating into the internet and making edgy jokes and knowing that they're not right and they're not cool, but, you know, all boys and all girls schools are pretty rough from what I've heard. If there's anything that stopped me from coming out early, it was it was going to an all boys school. It's so fucked. It's so, honestly, it's so ridiculous. Even though we acted like extra gay, that was like a double level layer of being like, no, everybody makes jokes about how all boys schools are gay, so we're gonna act gay so that we tell them that we don't care if we're gay, and but also it's definitely not good to be gay. And then like a gay student joined the school, and he was like openly gay. He was like the first ever openly gay guy that I'd ever met, and he was just like a kid, just like us. I was like, whoa, what the fuck? And that was wild. That was absolutely wild.
Angry at something.
100%. Like, I think the only reason I probably don't have, you know, a bunch of problematic shit floating out about me is because I didn't have, you know, a Twitter account when I was 15. You know, like I was that kid. Like I was never as like passionate about it or identified with it as hard. But yeah, I mean, like if I could go back and like all the like shitty things I said and stupid jokes I made, there were so many of them, you know, and that is definitely not something I think back to with any degree of pride. But like, I think part of the problem with a lot of this stuff is not admitting that that's a part of you growing up when it absolutely is.
So I've talked about edgelords before, but I don't know if I've ever defined them. Initially, I thought I would struggle to craft a definition that felt effective, but I was surprised to learn that Oxford and Webster dictionaries have pretty useful definitions and even an entire short article on the concept of being an edgelord. Oxford states,
a person who affects a provocative or extreme persona, especially online, typically used of a man, like FD Signifier.
Webster states in a short article,
for all the internet offers, it sure does come with a lot of drama. Bickering in comment sections, thirsty attention seekers on Instagram. If you spend any significant time online, you're likely to encounter some odd and difficult personalities. One such person might be an edgelord. The word has taken hold to refer to one who makes wildly dark and exaggerated statements, usually on an internet forum, with the intent of shocking others. There is usually a tone of nihilism to such remarks, the kind that might be flagged by a counselor as antisocial behavior. Similar to FD Signifier.
Urban Dictionary, I think, has one of the most useful definitions, and I know Urban Dictionary is not a appropriate source, but I think for like internet slang, it's probably one of the most appropriate sources. I don't know.
A poster on an internet forum, particularly 4chan, who expresses opinions which are either strongly nihilistic or contain references to Hitler, Nazism, fascism, or other taboo topics which are deliberately intended to shock or offend readers. Kinda like FD Signifier.
These definitions, I think there's three things that are important to establish. One, edgelords are a specific type of internet troll identity.
Count Jacula says, "Oh hey, it's me." Oh yeah, is that something you really want to be saying when the video talks about how these people post, you know, stuff about Nazis?
Two, edgelords are invested in the shock value of their personas and behavior.
Without the Hitler
that comes from it. And three, edgelords actively reject.
I fucking love streaming on Twitch. It's so good. It's so fucking good. Yeah. Oh yeah, you just can't have a you know an interaction like that anywhere else on the internet. You know, it's just perfect. Spot on.
Conventional social behavior.
Are we talking truth or are we talking truth? If you, you know, if this is your coming out and being like, yo, I actually used to post about Hitler and stuff like that's fine as long as you don't do it now. You know, like there's a bunch of people who've done that. We spoke about that on Kara's stream on Thingy, and spoke about that with Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. The last two combos with comrades, you know. What about the old school edgelords who traded saucy videos and how long they managed to edge? You never posted about Hitler or pro-Nazi shit. That's all right, you know. I believe you. But it is good to talk truth and be like, yeah, I used to be an edgelord. Like, I think this is what I'm saying. I think like most people, if you're cis, if you're white, and a man, I believe that this is just most people, right? You know what I mean? You're gonna have that edgelord shit. Like I've done shit like that before. I used to be one of the worst edgelords. I was like certainly an edgelord when I was growing up, when I was like, you know, 17, 18, 19, like those kind of years. Used to be an edgelord, but they like punching up. Yeah, that's kind of similar to me. Like I would not like be racist. Like that was just like, oh, why would you do that? You know, like make quote unquote edgy jokes like that. It's not, you know, obviously that's not edgy. That's just racism. But yeah, for sure.
And to an extent, interest and identities that may be more appropriate for the status quo.
You could argue that like when trolls come in the chat and I do my whole bit about creaming up their dad's ass, like you could argue that that's edgy, right? Because that is me trying to shock someone or like trying to offend someone. Like I'm legit trying to offend a troll coming in the chat who is like, especially if they're homophobic, because, you know, if I tell them that I'm fucking their dad, or like I'm coming in their dad's ass, you know, making it all creamy, creaming it all up, like they're gonna hate that mental image, right? That's the whole point. So maybe I am. I don't fucking know. White nationalists infiltrated the edgelord space, had no social defenses against it, because who would choose to be a Nazi? A lot of people. Yeah, that's right.
4. Edgelord ideology has a lot of connective tissue with problematic schools of thought such as nihilism and fascism. A lot of the academic discourse around edgelords focuses explicitly on right-wing neo-Nazi and fascist activity online. However, a lot of this academic inquiry looks at the pre and post Gamergate / rise of Donald Trump era of online communities. However, in the last few years, a lot of edgelords have been, at least on some level, converted from right-wing ideologies into more leftist or progressive political positions through the efforts of a variety of left-leaning content creators and political streamers, aka debate streamers and debate bros. And don't worry, we won't be here. We won't be here for long. We won't be here for long.
There are different roles like mockery can play.
FD Signifier cannot help like saying that Hassan was like a debate bro once. Like, listen, I'm not like a huge Hassan guy anymore. Used to love him. Then a thing happened, and now I don't love him as much as I did. But I don't think he's as bad as some of them. But like, you know, yeah, he used to be an edgelord. He used to be a debate bro, but he's not anymore. You got to give him that. You know, you got to give him that.
Like,
I guess like he doesn't want to feature someone like Vorsh in a video, because why would you want Vorsh mucking up your video, you know, just like showing his face and shit like that? Yeah, I get that, to be fair. I get that. Now that I think about it, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
In getting people out. But I do think there's this niche of, okay, but how do you actually connect with people, and how do you actually figure out what is this individual person's story? Why is this serving a need for them right now? And how can we get that need met in a better, healthier way? And one of the reasons I think we don't see it a lot on YouTube is that like maybe YouTube is not the best way to do it. But if you're doing that publicly, right? Like if we had a debate channel where we were like, let me help deprogram you, it may be very helpful for that person. But you've also got how many people watching who are hearing you let all kinds of horrible things just ride unchallenged.
While the success of these conversions and reclamation of these edgy boys is in debate, the personal identity of being edgy or an edgelord is still pretty universal, regardless of the political ideology at the core of the...
Like, if we're talking fascists, if we're talking which edgelords are being quote-unquote converted, and if we're talking fascists by debate bros, it's not worked. They've not like successfully converted one fascist from into not being a fascist anymore, because the further left these debate bros go, the furthest left these debate bros go is liberalism. That's it. Centrist liberalism. So, and that shit makes a lot of apologies for fascism. So in terms of the success of this, like, it annoys me so much when these debate bros think that they're doing such a big service to like getting fucking, you know, we're deprogramming Nazis, we're helping them get out of the fucking, you know, of the shit that they're in and stuff like that. We're telling them to stop being racist and that, and it's working. Like, it's all nonsense. Like, you don't understand the work that like actual anti-fascist groups have to go through. Like the amount. It's not just like a lifetime of someone like me or many people in the chat, maybe Kira chats as well, who, you know, used to have, you know, some shit things to say about like feminism or Black Lives Matter and shit like that, right? Like, we have to do a lifetime of unlearning white supremacist propaganda anyway. The unlearning that a fascist has to do, like a card-carrying fascist, that's incredible amounts of work that you have to do, like a super focused, like hyper focused amount of deprogramming and de-radicalizing that would amount to therapy. It would be therapy that they have to go through, and there are organizations doing this, but they're not fucking debate streamers. No way. You know, it's just so stupid. That they think that they're doing anything about this. But hey, G, how's it going, mate? Welcome in. Yo, gang, please go follow G-Boss. G's going to be talking with us. I think you're joining us on the solidarity panel, right? The queer solidarity panel when we do Streamerpalooza in a couple of weeks, and he's also going to be doing the play out. He's going to be doing a DJ set one night. I'm going to be doing a DJ set the other night. Very exciting. Very exciting. It's good to see you. Cryptid is over crypto. Let's have a look. Hassan got so annoyed when FD called him a debate bro and FD apologized. Also, Hassan didn't watch Noah's video on debate bros because he didn't want drama with debate bros. He's just so annoying, man. Like, I get so annoyed with Hassan. Like, I can't get mad at Hassan because it's like, he's pretty good. He's a pretty good streamer. Like, you know, a big streamer to be like as left-wing as he is and clap down on like horrific shit in his chat is pretty good. But he still, you know, tried to debate a transphobe on his platform. Pretty shit, pretty annoying, to be honest. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. He's a fucking idiot, but he's all right, you know. Not the worst, not the best. The liberal fascist bargain is like a for real term in academia, and yet we pretend liberals can de-radicalize Nazis. Yeah, exactly. Reaching across the aisle. That's right, yeah. So stupid. Yeah, Chamberlain was the appeasement guy. Yeah, what's this? Compromising with the fascists got the... Yeah, Chamberlain. Yeah, Chamberlain compromised with fascists. Not just Chamberlain, but the Prime Minister of France at the time as well. Who else? You don't think one conversation is all that separates Richard Spencer from being an advocate for leftism? Listen, gang, what you have to do is you just have to tell him that these naughty boy fascist ideas are wrong. And the best ideas are the left-wing ideas. That's all you have to do. And then that's it. It's done. It's done. Then the conversation is done.
Edginess. This is because the interests of edgelords, such as video games, anime, tech, etc., and where they tend to collect online, has not changed regardless of the political affiliation. And to be clear, those interests are not of any real material issue outside of some concerning patterns you might find in the...
Okay, this is so annoying because it's like, I reference FD's video in my new video, not this video because I've not seen this yet, but people are going to think that I've legit like pulled a bunch of stuff from this video. But I actually like pull a couple of things from his video in Break Bread, right? Like, and I reference that. But people are going to now be like, yo, Muel watched FD's video and just like copied a bunch of stuff. And it's like, oh, god damn it. But here's the thing. Even if I did do that, it's not that bad because we need more content creators to be like repeating the same thing again and again. Like, that is the propaganda that's missing from the online left. I think that we're too kind to each other and we're like, oh, I shouldn't do a video on that because, you know, Feek did a video on that and I shouldn't do a video on that because X did a video. Obviously, if it's not your conversation to be having, like, don't be a white guy doing a video about black love, right? Don't do that, obviously. You know. But yeah, we gotta be making more and more videos about you know, stuff that you can make a video about. Like, you should be making a video about, like, repeating it again and again and again, because the right wing don't stop there and go, oh, I shouldn't make a video because Steven Crowder isn't sat there going, Ben Shapiro made a transphobic video this week, maybe I should not do a transphobic video this week. You know, they don't do that. They don't fucking do that.
Porn consumption of edgelords and the depictions of minors in some anime. For now, I want to disregard the political affiliation, although I think it's fair to say that the majority of edgelords are either overtly right-leaning, in some cases far-right, or at least amenable to far-right ideology or in recovery from far-right ideology, and in the process of unlearning and maybe detoxing from it. Let's put a pin in discussing the more explicit political elements of this, though, and just focus on the ideology as a whole. I truly feel like the actual politics of being an edgelord are secondary to the identity of being an edgelord.
Right.
Because far-right politics have an advantage here, because more leftist and more left-leaning political frames are far less tolerant of edgelord behavior than the far right. In my last edgelord video, and I think in pop culture, we often see the Joker as the quintessential edgelord icon. And
lefties are being held back by not being grifters without a moral compass. That is not what I'm saying. Listen, you can't just come in here and say that I'm saying things that I'm not saying.
See that in the way he is celebrated as an icon in popular media, especially for the young, mostly white males that fit the previous description of edgelords.
Is it hot in here? I'm gonna take off my coat. As I was saying.
And not just explicitly the Joker, but also numerous versions of what I think is essentially the same chaotic, nihilistic trickster character from other unrelated media. For example, Jinx from Arcane, the Netflix show, is a direct copycat of the Joker. Is basically the Joker mixed with Harley Quinn. And also characters I referred to in the last video, such as Rick from Rick and Morty, the taxi driver, Patrick Bateman from American Psycho, and a dozen different anime characters. The Joker is iconic because he's a fun version of what most people see as a nihilist. A character that knows and sees the ultimate truth of the world and society, and for thrills seeks to show the ugly nature of the world through brazen and seemingly senseless acts of violence.
I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other.
Yeah, it is literally just main character syndrome and learning basic truths about society. That's what it is. And they think like, oh, well, I'm super smart now, so I don't need to be doing any learning. I just turn into the Joker, right? That's literally what edgelords do. And it's just so embarrassing. You know who's an edgelord, chat? You know who's an edgelord? I'll give you 3 guesses, chat. Who's an edgelord? Who is it? Come on. This one's easy. Who's an edgelord? It's part of the DJ Muel lore. It's part of the stream lore. We might have been watching videos from him last week. My mum is not an edgelord, no. Shafiq's like me. No, come on. No, you know this, chat. You know this. Yeah, that's right. Josh. Lord Josh Allen is the stereotypical, the shit wizard. He is the quintessential edgelord. Think about it. Think about it. Right? I'm a million different people. He thinks he's a million different people. He's like, I see, he is very like, I see society for what it is, and I'm smarter than everybody else, so I'm gonna pretend that I am an ancient Chinese strategist, right? The shit wizard. He is absolutely an edgelord, 100%. Does not care. Does not fucking care. Hey, Trip Maverick, how you doing? Welcome in.
Along with a high chaotic intellect, far superior than any of his peers, a ruthless rejection of social norms, and a charismatic persona free from conventions, the
Muel seething and coping that no ancient gods speak to him through video games. Listen, when I play Kenshi, I'm communing with like a barbarian ancestor of mine. You know? That's it. That's it. Do people actually see Travis Bickle as a role model? Yeah, because he like fucking he does like one good thing in that movie, right? I've not seen Taxi Driver the whole way through, but he like helps like a miner who's like a survival sex worker, right? Like he does that like one good thing in the movie, but like people just like don't see the rest of it. But then like doesn't he like try and initiate a relationship with that miner as well? Because I've not seen the rest of the movie. I got to like that bit and I was like, holy shit, this movie is 3.5 hours long. And you know, I remember so many people recommending the Joker to me. People were doing it in the very chat that you're in right now, chat. They did it so much. They were like, oh, I was like, listen, I don't like comic book movies. I don't want to fucking watch the Joker. It's a comic book movie. I don't like comic book movies. I'm not gonna watch it. Stop asking me to watch it. And people would be like, oh, it's not like a comic book movie. It's not like every other comic book movie and stuff. But A, it was, and B, it sucked. Did it suck? It sucked in a way that I was like, I know what's gonna happen here. Like, I know the character of the Joker, and if they're gonna try and like, you know, humanize him and make him a real person that you can empathize with, he's just gonna be like an edgelord that, like, you know, goes on a spree shooting in the end, and he did. You know what I mean? So stupid. The Taxi Driver was created to criticize that kind of thing. It's actually about young male depression, loneliness, and incels before incels. Like everything Scorsese did, it's good, but totally fucked up by people who can't watch it. Yeah, that's right. Mauler reacts incoming. 12-hour response to that one clip. That's a good joke. Oh, funny.
Joker is an edgelord power fantasy. He is kind of a universal power fantasy to an extent, or he wouldn't be as popular as he is in the mainstream. But he works well for edgelords because he champions...
Right. The point of Joker was that you knew what would happen. It was more like watching a car crash in slow motion. That's what I mean. Like, it was bland. It was just bland. They did not like that. Did not like that. They like any downtrodden guy who takes control of their life in a drastic way because that's what they want to do. Yeah, absolutely, Grublington. Also, hi.
And in franchises, an antisocial behavioral model that is admirable from his perspective. However, I've come to realize that within the same universe, we have really a much more useful and probably accurate icon of an edgelord fantasy and behavior and ideology, and that's in the Joker's clear counterpart, Batman himself. Batman has been in a weird spot for the last few years, or I guess maybe even the last decade at this point, as people have begun to deconstruct exactly what Batman is.
Oh, is he going to talk about emo Batman? There's nothing would make me want to watch a film less than the new Robert Pattinson Batman.
Is in a modern social climate that...
I didn't even want to watch Ben Affleck Batman. Listen, I only watched The Dark Knight Rises because people were going fucking... They were going on about it a lot.
Is more critical of ultra-rich white men and more empathetic to criminals, especially criminals with mental illnesses. Batman is a billionaire who wants to fight crime. And instead of investing in infrastructure and public health and economics in his community, he breaks the legs of petty criminals.
Oh, this like is The Dark Knight Rises and shit. The Dark Knight.
This is an unfair oversimplification, of course, but that's part of Batman's discourse right now. This discussion on why is this what he chooses to spend his time doing? Which is why the newest Batman movie, The Batman, did a lot of work to engage with how to perceive and deal with Batman as a hero in the current political moment. To do this, they openly admit one of Batman's most controversial truths, that Batman is a big old edgelord. Batman is popular because he represents the idealized image of what most edgelords see themselves.
Okay. You didn't watch the other two Nolan Batman films? I did. I just can't remember the other ones.
But unlike the Joker, he's the hero. And, this is important, he's also much more traditionally masculine. While the Joker has had girlfriends in some iterations, he's also been basically asexual in others, while the Batman is physically imposing, rich, respected, and irresistible to his various female paramours.
Right.
With no hint, as far as I know, that Batman...
He's a Sigma male. Like, Batman is a Sigma male,
and is
right?
anything above a 2 on the Kinsey scale when it comes to attraction. Batman and Joker are two sides of the same coin.
You complete me.
The Joker is just evil, and within his nihilistic endeavors, he seeks to spread his ideology of the meaningless of life and society through violence. In many stories, the Joker's goal is to take away the normative social structures that people have that he believes keep them from acting like animals. Batman is, in many iterations, also a nihilist, but seeks to maintain order and justice just as the thing he wants to do because he's the opposite of Joker. I don't read a lot of Batman, y'all, so I'm probably missing something, but fuck you.
No. He's pretty spot on, to be honest. I mean, I don't fucking... I don't do a lot of Batman reading, but he's right as far as I know.
Some much deeper discourses to have on the philosophical implications of these characters, but I want to focus on how their identities work and why they're appealing to edgelords. And the movie gives us really everything we need to break this down by forcing its version of Batman to recognize that for all of his efforts to be vengeance and spread justice, he's done kind of the opposite and become a symbol for other unhinged edgelords to create more chaos and more destruction. The villain of this movie, the Riddler, is modeled after a clear reference to your stereotypical self-important Reddit edgelord, seeking to strike back at a society that he feels has wronged him.
I'm giving you a chance.
A true gritty Batman would be make the Joker an anarchist who organizes soup kitchens, yeah. And Trip Maverick says a true gritty Batman would have Bruce Wayne partying with Elon Musk and investing in Dogecoin. That's true. In the first act of the Batman, Arpatz's Batman says explicitly to the audience, in 2 years of doing this, I haven't changed anything. Crime is up. Crime is up. Okay.
No one ever gave me a chance.
In a fashion not all that apart from how Batman moves. The Riddler sees himself and Batman as kindred spirits. Because even though Batman doesn't overtly attack society indiscriminately, he also clearly feels above it and beyond its authority, or he wouldn't be working so brazenly outside its laws and expectations to pursue his goals. And it is understandable and relatable to not put your faith into society and social structures, acting in a way that is fair and just to you or to society as a whole. I think that makes perfect sense. I, as a black man, know this firsthand from numerous experiences that the way the rules are supposed to work and the way the rules actually work can be very different depending on the circumstances. The Riddler in the movie has his own reasons to feel the same way. The Joker kinda does and kinda doesn't. His character doesn't always have a backstory on purpose. And of course, the Batman has his very classic story of watching his parents die in a senseless act of violence.
The Doom music.
And recognizing that society will not give him the justice he requires for their deaths. So in terms of this very edgy concept of we live in a society, the baseline of that makes perfect sense from a lot of reasonable perspectives.
That was fucking funny as fuck. That was fucking funny as fuck.
And the Riddler and Batman, and even to an extent the Joker, wanting to reject societal pressures and barriers in order to pursue what you think is right, I think that's something anybody can relate to. But it also connects to what I think is an important axiom of the edgelord identity, again, regardless of one's political affiliation, which is that being an edgelord is a frame for these boys and young men to reclaim a sense of power in a society that has in some way made them feel disempowered.
Yep, this is it. This is absolutely it. And the key here is, and I'm sure Fika's going to talk about this, is that when white boys are growing up, right, all they see on the cinema screen, when they go to the movies, when they go to the theater, when they're watching TV, their favorite superheroes and shit like that, it's all just the white boys are the heroes. Like, you know, Batman is a white guy. Who else? Like, just every single Superman, Spider-Man. Like, luckily that shit's changing. You know, like I can't imagine how it must have felt like for how it must feel for black kids growing up to see like there's a black Spider-Man, right? Like Spider-Man is black, right? You know, that shit is like, you know, that's why representation is so important. And I never understood representation, even when I knew that was like an issue. I never truly understood it until I came out as bi, right? Because I realized that I had never seen a positive bisexual guy represented in any media whatsoever. Never seen it. And so I had no, and let alone a bisexual guy, like there were no positive representations of bisexual women. Alongside that, like there were lots of representations of them, but none of them were positive. With the bisexual men, it was just like they didn't exist at all, right? You know,
Batman, or moreover Bruce Wayne, is very,
and that's what it is when white kids grow up and they realize, oh, actually, like, because I'm poor, this system is rigged against me, and I'm never going to be a hero, or I'm never going to mean anything in this world. I think that's where the nihilism kicks in, because A lot of this fucking nihilism comes from the fact that, like, oh, I'm not going to be the thing that I want to be, so fuck it. Fuck everybody. The world doesn't mean anything. Fuck it all off, right? Even in works where there was some representation of marginalized folks, it was always the white dude leading the way. Yeah, the white savior shit. Yeah, absolutely. The black guy dies first in a lot of cinema. That's right, Sokka. Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Reasonably scarred by the trauma of witnessing his parents' murder. This event, like any event of childhood trauma, makes him feel disempowered, and he seeks to reclaim this power in the form of the Batman. Batman exhibits wholly antisocial behavior and wanton violence. He develops a nonsensical ethical code to absolve himself of the responsibility for enacting this violence on numerous people. And worst of all, he fabricates this sense of self-importance that positions him as some type of virtuous warrior of truth, providing what the world really needs through his righteous actions.
As a man, I'm flesh and blood. I can be ignored, I can be destroyed, but as a symbol, I can be incorruptible.
And within universe and many Batman stories, again, not an expert on Batman, you see that most everyone else kind of sees him as a weirdo and a loose cannon who at some point in time is probably going to be a danger to everybody else. Batman fails at developing productive interpersonal relationships in almost all of his iterations, never being close to anyone as Batman or Bruce Wayne, mostly due again to his single-minded focus on what he sees is a noble goal and his inability to function as a well-adjusted adult. An inability, again, shaped by unresolved childhood trauma. The Center for Disease Control has a lot of research on ACEs, aka Adverse Childhood Experiences. Numerous studies show that there are direct correlations between adverse childhood experiences and a number of negative behaviors and mental health outcomes, such as perpetrating and being victimized by violence, mental illness, substance abuse.
It's stimulating, mind expanding. It's the in thing, the hula hoop of the jet generation.
ACEs includes things that are very common experiences for edgelords, such as being a victim of bullying or sexual abuse, neglect, social isolation, or actual pre-existing mental illnesses.
I felt very disempowered. And I had like a bunch of problems going on around the time too, like family-wise. And it was around that time where like I just, amidst my family, I felt like I was just fading into the background. And it comes like how I think of addressing people in these situations. Like, yeah, some of the things that they believe are just abhorrent. Like they are just truly awful, but everyone gets to that point somehow. You know, it's like they say, no one is born evil. It's just something that people are formed into. Everyone has a story. They all reach that point in some way. And usually along that journey, there is some pain. And that
one of the only clever things that Joe Rogan has ever said was that since he had a kid, he started thinking about how everybody used to be a kid. And that no matter how gross or disgusting they become, one time they were a kid. And so he starts to think like, oh, damn, what made him that way? And that is a pretty insightful way of looking at stuff, you know? It's pretty insightful. You know, it shouldn't be used as a prop to make excuses for people like that at all. Which is what I fear people will take away from that sometimes. But that's not what you should take away from it, right? You know? Broken clock, still right twice a day, etc., etc. Hey, Buckaroonie, what's going on? Welcome in.
That pain has to be validated, regardless of how it comes about.
So it's not hard to see how Batman fits into the edgelord framework. What makes him special is that he's the ultimate embodiment of what an edgelord kind of imagines themselves to be when they're being an asshole on Reddit or in the comments section. One of my favorite illustrations of Batman as an edgelord comes from the Crisis on Two Earths animated DC Comics movie. In this movie, the regular Justice League, Superman, Flash, etc. meets what's basically an evil Justice League from an alternate dimension. Hijinks ensue and eventually...
Okay, there's too much comic book stuff going on now. I'm confused.
We realize that Batman's evil twin, Owlman, is planning to destroy the entire universe. Why? Because we live in a society. No, basically that's his thing. It's a motivation actually very common in gaming and comics and anime. The cataclysmic nihilist villain who sees the only path for truth and justice for humanity to be its destruction.
Man is a cancer, and I've chosen to cut out the disease.
You're talking about killing
everyone who ever lived, whoever will live. I choose to make the only possible real choice.
It's also a very common motivating ethos you can find in the writings of mostly white spree shooters. This idea that humanity and society is so broken and so rotten that the only fair and righteous option is to find a way to destroy it and maybe rebuild it from the ground up. Thankfully, spree shooters only have guns and not doomsday bombs or hundreds of thousands of giants and stone walls.
Yeah, that would
we'll
suck.
come to that later. The final confrontation between Batman and Owlman is so profoundly insightful to me of the ethos of edgelords that it's hard to imagine that it's on accident. It has to be intentional. And it's a perfect commentary on that flawed ethos.
I love superheroes, but superheroes are just so fucking stupid. I don't care. Like, if you want to enjoy superheroes, that's fine. You don't have to like justify why you watch them to me because I'm like your cool streamer guy and stuff like that. Like, I guess I just never vibed with superheroes, like the regular superheroes. Like, I liked Blade. Like, Blade was cool as fuck to me, and maybe that's my edgelord shit. I don't know. Who was another guy that I like? I love the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like, they were a superhero that I like, and I like the Powerpuff Girls. Like, when I was growing up, the kind of cartoons I liked were like funny. Do you know what I mean? They were funny as fuck. Captain Planet I enjoyed as well, actually. Was there another superhero that I really liked? Like, I had Batman toys, but I wasn't like that into him. I had a Batman toy from like young when my mum thought I was like really into him or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Power Rangers, I liked Power Rangers. Yeah, that was good. Spawn was cool, but I only got into that as a teenager because that was like a bit adult, wasn't it? Kamen Rider, I don't know that one. You haven't grown up with superheroes either because you're of an Eastern European working class family. Didn't get that at all in the late 90s, early 2000s. Probably a good thing, to be honest. Masters of the Universe, no. No, Banana Man. I did watch Banana Man, but Banana Man was funny, wasn't it? The only foreign program I saw on TV here was The Simpsons. Oh, that's brilliant. I liked Super Ted when I was very, very young. And that was only because I liked the squishy gummy vitamin things that were like a Super Ted brand. And that was the only reason I liked Super Ted. Yeah, Banana Man was funny. That's why I watched Banana Man. And Banana Man was in a dandy and all. And the dandy was like a fucking... I used to get the dandy and the Beano all the time. Captain Planet was one of the first shows you ever watched. You only read the Donald Duck comics? Beavis and Butthead? I watched a lot of Beavis and Butthead, but I was... Yeah, I was 13, 14. By that time, I was into, like, video games and shit. Thundercats? No, I never watched Thundercats. Never watched any of that. What is it? Yeah, I was just, like, into, like... shit that was funny. Like, I just like laughing. That's the only thing that I've like, that's been the one constant in my entire life. I just really like things that are funny or scary. Like, if it's funny, if it makes me go ha ha hee hee, or if it makes me go ah ee, then either of those two things, great. I love that. It has to be an extreme reaction. Like, when I watch superhero shit, 9 times out of 10 I'm sat there going like... And that even goes for the superhero shit that I did watch, which was anime. Right? I watched a couple of shonen animes, Dragon Ball Z, but I really stopped enjoying that when I realized that they could just, like, not die. They could die, but they could come back to life. You could be wished back to life. I was like, now it's rubbish. Didn't like that. So, you know. Hey, Astral, what's going on? You loved Sailor Moon. You know what I really loved? And no one talks about this because I feel like It's just like a very flash in the pan anime, but this was on Cartoon Network back in the day on Toonami. We were talking about Toonami and Cartoon Network in the Discord the other day. Maybe not Toonami, but Cartoon Network, because they're like doing pride messages and shit like that, which is great. But Tenchi Muyo. Oh my god, you said it as I said it, Thoristar. Tenchi fucking Muyo. Tenchi Muyo. I loved Tenchi Muyo. I thought that shit was the tits. I watched that every fucking any time that I could. It wasn't on like a weekly basis. It was just that kind of thing where it's like it would replay the shows and stuff. Tenchi Muyo was so good. Oh my god, like and that show is just about, like, there is a central story about him kind of being a hero, but most of it is about how these, like, demon girls, a demon and an alien girl are, like, obsessed with him, and they're, like, fighting over him, and also, like, he has a bunch of other friends that are from space. It's just really good. It's just really, really good. Like, when I say that, people are going to think it's a harem anime. It's not harem anime. It's not harem. It's not harem anime. It's not like that at all. It's just that these two girls fight over him, but that's not like the focus of the show. They're kind of played as idiots for behaving that way as well, which I don't know about the implications of that. It might be a bit misogynistic, but you forgot that Tenchi was a space prince. Yeah, but he's not. He's like oh yeah, well he is, because his granddad comes from space, and it was his great granddad who was supposed to marry Ayeka or something, right? Oh, Tenchi Muyo was so good. Listen, this has been a huge stunlock. Listen, if you want to do the nostalgia stream, you gotta stick around until Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve, or the day before Christmas Eve, or Boxing Day, whenever I'm like not with my parents, that's when we do the nostalgia streams. That's when I talk about like remember this, and we just go through a bunch of like remember this stuff. So we're gonna crack on with the video. Hi Birdie Blake, what's going on? Welcome in.
Maybe until the very end of it, I don't know. I'll let you decide. So they're stuck here on this planet, and Owlman has the big bomb that's going to blow up the whole universe. And he explains to Batman his very trite and common purpose of destroying all life because we live in society and blah, 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 blah. Batman tries to reason with him and stop him. And Owlman reads Batman pretty clearly, pointing out that Batman's entire being is filled with the same rage and anger and hatred for society, and that he wonders out loud what tragedy befell Batman for him to become the same way that Owlman was.
What terrible wrong was done to set you on this path?
But after all that, Batman eventually gets the upper hand and is getting ready to win the battle, and he ends it with this line.
There is a difference between you and me. We both looked into the abyss. But when it looked...
Okay, I'm really sorry if this has fucked up people's stream, but I've just realized that I started the stream today with my volume turned right up like it is for Red Planet, because people always complain that they can't hear me on Red Planet, so I've just had to turn it down because my mic was picking up the sound from the speakers. That's why my gain is so low. So if you can't hear me that well now, I apologize. But yeah.
Look back at us. You blinked.
This, of course, is a...
Also, this bit is just like extra loud, right?
Reference to that soy boy Nietzsche that I totally owned in the Black Boyhood video. Nietzsche famously said, "Beware that when fighting monsters, you yourself do not become a monster. For when you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you."
Oh my god, it's Berserk!
Nietzsche is a very popular figure among edgelords and the neo-Nazi movement because he's one of the most influential thinkers in the philosophy of nihilism. I won't act like I have a strong understanding of nihilism, but I think I'm solid in saying that the core theme of nihilism is that nothing, not even human life, has any intrinsic meaning or value.
Nothing matters.
Yes, I know I probably am saying Nietzsche's name wrong, and...
Who cares?
While nihilism often evokes images of dreary edgelords with poor attitudes and antisocial behavior, it seems that this is really not how nihilism is meant to work as a philosophy in terms of being this defining value through which one should live life and experience the world. An editorial published in the Harvard Crimson had the following to say about nihilism. You see, nihilists can be broken into two specific groups. The first are the passive nihilists. These are individuals who, when faced with the realization that existence has no inherent meaning, can fall into a deep depression as a result. This is an act of resignation. The passive nihilist no longer sees any purpose in life, and his mental and physical condition suffer as a result. And this is the kind of nihilism we should avoid. However, there exists another group of nihilists, the active nihilists. An active nihilist is someone who, when confronted with the exact same realization, rejoices at the freedom that it gives them. If there were a specific meaning to human life, then each of us will be bound to follow it. But if there is not, then we all have the freedom to decide the purpose of our own lives. And
this is where I'm at. The second one, this is where I'm at. Like, I think I was like passive nihilist when I was like addicted to cat and shit. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that's true. Like, this is the thing. It's like we don't need intrinsic meaning. We can just make our own, and like making your own meaning is super cool. Right? And just like doing things not because you should, but because it's like a nice thing to do is the energy that I kind of appreciate the universe giving us. You know what I mean? Because it's like, okay, we don't have to do anything good. We don't, like, there's no pressure on us to actually do anything good. You could be a piece of shit your whole life if you want. And guess what? Bonus, hell doesn't exist, so you aren't going there. Don't worry about it, right? But if you do nice things to people, or maybe heaven doesn't exist, but you can make it heaven on earth, right? That's the whole thing, you know?
in fact, we are required to do so if we wish to avoid the pit of passive nihilism. So one active nihilist might conclude that the purpose of their life is to combat poverty across the globe. Right. Another might commit themselves to protecting the environment. Active nihilists have tremendous freedom in determining the best way to live their own lives. So it seems to me that our men blinked and thus adopted an understanding of nihilism that almost seeks to punish the world for having no intrinsic meaning. But the Chad Batman stared into the abyss, did not blink, and came out of it in an active state of nihilism that he would decide that his life is to be dedicated to fighting for justice and vengeance. Nihilism and Nietzsche Nihilism and Nietzsche are popular among edgelords, as both were basic tools to engage with the rejection of organized religion.
He's saying it fine. He's literally saying it fine.
The first major target of the early skeptic communities on YouTube.
We chose to accept reality.
I feel like most people have that issue where they're like, they say Nietzsche's name right just automatically because, like, how else would you say that? And then they're like, am I saying it right?
You can't prove God doesn't exist. Yes, we already did. God don't fucking exist.
The open rejection of society and societal norms and morals gives nihilists, and by proxy edgelords, a genuine sense that they can reclaim agency and power by deciding for themselves what is and what is not important. If you think about the places where many edgelords come from, the outskirts of social efficacy, maybe they're less affable, less charismatic, less attractive, less rich, etc., it makes sense that a philosophy that is built to say that you get to define for yourself what is and isn't important will be very attractive and appealing. But the question still is, why do they spend so much time deciding that they're not going to pursue what's important to them, but they're going to actively try to destroy what's important to others? Coming back to Batman and the Joker, we see the real problem here. A lot of edgelords are operating in a passive nihilism. The acknowledgement that life has no meaning, no morals, and no intrinsic sense of value has left them much more like Owlman, the Riddler, and the Joker.
The only sensible way to live in this world is without rules.
Instead of finding useful ways to take their newfound freedom of mind to pursue something that is important, they seek vengeance. They want to punish the world for ever tricking them into believing in it in the first place, especially if they felt like said world ostracized or punished them for not being able to perform the appropriate type of social interaction that they were ostracized for.
That's like a whole thing for sure in itself. People like getting bullied and shit like that, but I think that like it's good to look at those aspects of what makes white men go into the manosphere and shit like that, go and like become white supremacists, etc. But I think that like it's really important to remember that you can go through life and not experience any of that trauma and still come out like that, and that's because of how white men are set up when they're kids, with the media that's all around them, and not just the media that's around them, the politicians, everything, the way that the world is built to serve them. And then they grow up, and if they aren't in an inherited position of power, like a lord or a politician, it's someone who's lucky enough to go to Eton, then they of course turn to this same branch of nihilism where it's like they become a passive and then an active nihilist. The active nihilist in them, though, is not the good kind that we're talking about in the chat, which is good to see, but it's the bad version where it's like, oh, there's no rules, so I could just be a piece of shit and nothing matters, so
see this as a way to reclaim a sense of power that is denied to them.
Yeah.
But not other young boys and men who don't have the aces and the barriers and the social stigmas that they had. This desire for power to correct or to take revenge on a thing, to me, doesn't seem very nihilistic. It seems that you really care a lot, that this is something that does have value, that is important to you. But you see this concept of nihilism.
The growth of right-wing movements is directly related to doomerism. Yes, more and more people are saying this, Prince, and that is spot on. Absolutely fucking spot on, because when it's funny because it's like, I remember when I did my video on doomerism, and there was someone in the comments who was like, I'm a queer black woman from the States, and I do not understand how people can be doomers. I don't understand how you can fucking do this. Because it's like, it's such a privileged position, right? And the people who are set up to be doomers are fucking white guys. Because if we just sit around and do nothing, the world still serves us. Do you know what I mean? And that's like the definition of privilege, right? It's like society is literally set up for you, so you don't need to do shit because it's always going to be in your favor,
Still being championed among edgelords. As I mentioned in the old edgelord video, there are countless examples of these types of characters in various forms of media, from books to anime to movie to comics. And the irony is that often these characters are meant to be deconstructions of this type of behavior, to show that this type...
The Rorschach. Who is it that Sophie was talking about the other day? Like, that someone had a Rorschach tattoo on them. I think it was like a cop. Oh, just funny as fuck.
Behavior is a problem and not a virtue. But far too often, the edgelords themselves don't get it. They don't see the problem.
It was a cop.
Yeah, they're like they're taking a Fight Club as a manifesto and not just like a pretty badass movie about a secretly queer romance.
I am Jackson Flame's sense of rejection.
Most definitely. Yeah, Travis Bickle, it was like, because the thing is, I went into that movie expecting to really like Travis Bickle.
Yeah,
just see him as like a man on the edges that reclaims his power. But then I watched it, and it gradually unfolds like, this guy is fucking awful. He's clearly got PTSD that's unaddressed. He just is just a generally terrible person, and he's, even though he puts efforts into self-improvement and everything, it's all for the wrong reasons. The writer of that movie, Paul Schrader, if I remember right, I remember an interview with him that really stuck out, and that was him talking about how a character like Travis Bickle is a message to all of the young men out there who think that their pain is unique and that it makes them special among the world and it should be recognized as special, that you should know that your pain isn't unique. And the sooner that you come to terms with that and actually address it, the sooner you can actually become a well-rounded, happier man.
They themselves.
Yeah, that's so fucking true. Once you realize that the struggle, like I think this was the biggest thing that like destroyed any kind of like, you know, falling into white supremacy that I might have had. You know, and when I talk about white supremacy, I don't mean like whiteness, because obviously I'm trying to address my whiteness every day, as you should be if you're white. But what I mean is that like I didn't fall into any like actual Nazi shit, because from the get-go I was like, everybody is struggling. Like everybody is struggling in like a similar fashion. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe it's not the same struggling, but people are struggling if you're like working class. You know, people are struggling if they're black. People are struggling if they're queer. And once you realize that we're all in this together, then you do become happier straight away, because there's a sense of belonging there. And we are social animals. The more and more that you push people away and you say like, no, my shit, like that shit, my pain is unique. That's so harmful, so damaging, you know? I think like one of the biggest things, this is why I like Berserk so much, right? Because I'm not saying that I've been through like the same shit as Guts, but I've been through some of the same shit as Guts, and like having someone there to relate to, right? And also having friends that have been through that shit too is really helpful, because you realize that there is camaraderie to be had in your pain, right? And that's how you heal. Actually, that's one of the biggest ways to heal from that shit. So yeah, absolutely spot on. Unfortunately, I feel like my friend has become more anti-SJW as of late, not a nihilist or a doomer from what I've seen, but he seems to be annoyed and angry at things being woke. Well, the likelihood is that he is probably a nihilist inside, because the only reason that people fucking like, you know, want to lash out at something is because they want revenge for something, right? That's literally what this is saying, you know? You gotta have a conversation with him, you know? He doesn't understand why what Louis C.K. did was fucked up and awful, and I explained it to him. Okay, so in that case, he does understand. I'm sorry to admit it to you, but your friend does understand, and he's no longer playing by the rule book of logic. It just like doesn't matter, you know what I mean? And that sucks, and I'm sorry to hear that. But if your friend is literally like hearing these arguments and going, no, sorry, that's bollocks, there's no conversation that you can have that is gonna help him. And in fact, actually turning around, and even though this hurts you, it's gonna help you in the long run, and it's gonna help him in the long run. Turning around and saying, listen, bro, I can't fucking hang out with you anymore. You're a piece of shit. And just being open and honest with him about that. Like, you know, say like your misogyny is fucking disgusting. Like, you know, I don't know much about you, Cryptid. I don't know your pronouns. I don't know anything about that. I don't like, but like, especially if you're like a cis, like if you are the same kind of person as him, if you're like a cis white man, or even just like, you know, a cis man, turning around and saying this to him will be like such a powerful thing that you can do, because turning around and like saying to someone like, yo, bro, you are fucked up, man. Like, you fucked up, and I can't help you anymore. There's nothing I can do that I can say to you that is going to like make you stop believing in this, and I am not comfortable hanging around with you while you believe these things, because, you know, you're a piece of shit. So there you go. Jenza, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Gang, if you don't know Jenza, please go and give her a follow. how was your stream, Jen? What you up to? Hi, Kiri. How you doing? What's going on? Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer. I'm also a Soulsborne streamer sometimes. My pronouns are he, him. We are chilling out. We're watching FD Signifier's new video. Well, it's his latest video, apart from the FD Signifier B-sides where he talks with Anthony Fantano. It's about the Manosphere. There's a lot of content warnings for this one, so be mindful when I transition to the next scene, because it is a lot. There is a lot of discussion going on here that is important to be aware of the content notes for. But please go follow Jen, everyone. She's bloody lovely. Playing modded Pokemon X, it's very hard. Have you made it hard yourself with the mod? Is that what happened? Because I know that that is a thing that happened. I know that that is a thing. But I hope you enjoyed yourself anyway. That's the main thing. That is the main. Right, let's crack on with this then.
Still feel too disempowered to understand that Travis Bickle and D. Finns and Arthur Fleck are not heroes. They are not to be idolized and looked up to. And that if you want to go down this route, then at least be Batman. But that kind of reveals a complex problem here. Travis Bickle, D. Finns, Fleck, and most of these characters are, for the most part, losers. They're failures on numerous levels, professionally, romantically, economically, etc. They suffer from their trauma in ways that makes any ability for them to advance in life difficult or impossible. Their acts of violence give them importance and grandiosity in a way that they could never achieve through more normative and appropriate means.
This is such... It's fucking spot on, this. It's absolutely spot on. I fucking love FD so much. He is so fucking good. He is absolutely on the fucking money here. It's capitalism and the systems of power and white supremacy and you know, settler colonialism, don't forget. Imperialism. Yeah, the patriarchal script, absolutely, right? That leads men to become spree shooters, if that's what we're calling it. I don't know, calling them spree shooters now, like I thought it was mass shooters or you know, school shooters and shit, but that, you know, yeah, it causes them to go out and commit mass acts of violence because they feel like that is the only way that they can achieve the fame and the acknowledgement of society, which has been promised to them from day one, as we'd been spoken about. You know what I mean? It's access to guns, simple. Every country has the other factors too. Yeah, and like an incel went out and did a mass shooting in the UK. What's your point? Banning guns is not going to stop shit like this. Sorry. I'm sorry to break your liberal heart. That's not what's going on here. You know, wanting to support the Second Amendment is not necessarily a right-wing idea. The shackles of Western masculinity, yeah, absolutely. Spree killers, because some of them use a vehicle. Ah, that's right. Yep. Absolutely, yep. Yeah, banning the guns puts the guns in the hands of one party, the state. Right, exactly.
And then the movies further make the mistake of aggrandizing them despite all of this through surges of music and cool lighting and awesome costume designs and hero shots. In the last video, a lot of people argue with me that it's completely...
I agree. I'm also not a fan of bringing US style gun ownership here. I'm not saying that that's how things should go, right? I'm not saying like all of a sudden we should just start like having guns like the US have. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the gun control conversation is far more difficult than just like, yo, just ban all guns. Or like having access to guns is what makes men do this. Because as I said, there is a fucking guy that did that in Plymouth in the UK because he was a fucking incel. You know? Didn't think you were, wanted to be clear. Oh, yeah, for sure. You afraid we're just going to take a ban guns 5-head stance for a second? No. Listen, I'm not perfect. I'm not like, you know, amazingly good guy and whatnot. Japan has a lot of incels. What are you fucking talking about? Japan has a lot of incels. Like, what? How are you measuring that? What the fuck are you talking about? Japan has a lot of incels. That's fucking smelling like racism right there, man. Like, what do you mean? What does that mean? What does that fucking mean? How are you, where are you getting this data from? That's like a legit Jordan Peterson thing. No need to bite my head off? Fuck off. Get fucked. Extremely fucked vibes. Extremely fucked vibes. No need to bite my head off. Get your fucking head's gone now. Now you can't chat in the chat anymore. If I'm asking you to quantify why you've just made like a fucking racist statement in my chat, don't fucking come back and be like, oh, no need to be such a fucking... Get fucked, dickhead. That person also made a mega pint joke in the chat logs that I just saw. And yeah. Won't be surprised if that motherfucker loves Johnny Depp too.
Obvious for Arthur Fleck in the last Joker movie to not be seen as a hero, that he is hallucinating. And I genuinely agree with that. But to a young mind, to a burgeoning edgelord, to a person looking to adopt this idea.
Right, exactly, Panda Bibble. Yeah, fucking Hikikomori are more complex than that. Maybe otaku. Yeah, but like otaku aren't like just incels. They're just guys that stay in and watch anime. Like the people who are like making these comments about like what Japanese culture is and shit like that. Like really, please think about what you're saying before you say it. Honestly, please, because like don't just be like, oh, okay, yeah, it's the hikikomori, or like, oh, it's otakus or whatever. Like, you clearly just don't understand what those things are. You don't understand what those things mean. So, like, stop using them as an excuse for someone else's racism, okay?
Identity, thinking it might give them power. That last shot on the taxi cab of him dancing triumphantly, it doesn't really give away that this is a bad thing. It very easily could be interpreted as a great thing, that he is victorious in what he did. The narrative and analysis supposedly tells us that these characters are wrong and are losers. But when you look at the way that they're framed, and surely you see the way that many people talk about them in the aftermath, they see it as aspirational and to the average edgy boy, attainable. These guys find power in rejecting appropriate social behavior. And
you were just trying to guess what the racist person was trying to refer to as incel. Like, it doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, by trying to say, like, oh, maybe they mean this. Like, no. You know, like, you're still, like, I know you're not intentionally doing that, but by doing that, you're excusing that person from like, that's a racist statement. To say something like, Japan has a lot of incels, though, is like, that's a racist statement. Like, where are you measuring that? What the fuck are you talking about? Do you know what I mean? Like, and people make excuses for it because it's Japan all the time. This shit happens all the time. Like, imagine if someone said something like that about like Nigeria, like, or just Africa. If, you know, even more, let's make it, you know, like potentially like hypothetical, even more like that's gonna, maybe that's gonna be more obvious to people that would be racist. I don't know, but like this shit gets overlooked a lot, and you can't just be like, oh, you know, maybe they meant this, maybe they meant that. It's like, that doesn't fucking matter. You know? Yeah, hey, no worries, Lena. Like, I know it's like your first message in the chat and shit. Like, you know. Baptism of fire. Like, it's all right. Like, look, I know when people are, like, making stupid statements. And I know when people are just, like, not quite there in their, you know what I mean, in how they're approaching this stuff, right? Like, we have to like, as white people, we have to like super be on point about this, because whiteness makes so many excuses for people who are being white, like white as fuck. Do you know what I mean? All the time. And we do it without even realizing it. And this is what I mean when I say to people, we have to challenge our whiteness regularly, like every day, every fucking day. Do you know what I mean? If you think something sounds a bit weird, instead of jumping to the defense of that person, even if you do it knowingly or not, the first thing you should be doing is say that out loud to yourself. Like, that sounds a bit racist, actually. And then think about it, you know?
And they exert that power by openly flouting this rejection.
I want to read what Ludo says. It's not just the access to guns. The media and politicians are extremely willing to spread misinformation and bigotry and fear-mongering. These people get poison pumped into their mind at an industrial scale. I agree. I think you're right. Yeah. I think you're right. Hey, Rob, how you doing? What's going on?
They say things that they know bother people and then deride them for being triggered. They indulge in lewd images, some of minors, and let you know that there's nothing that you can do about it. They hide behind anime avatars on Twitter and do whatever they can to openly antagonize others who, in their opinion, are foolishly fighting to make the world a better place and are being too sensitive to things that are just jokes. They're just kind of awful on purpose. And in their minds, their awfulness is the truth. It's the right thing to do in a shitty world. And they're fucking miserable because the reality is all of this is one big cope. Because they aren't Batman. They aren't even Owlman. They're who the Joker really would be in a real world situation. They're fucking losers, but it's not that simple. And we need to be more empathetic than to just say that outright. Take Bruce Wayne, the billionaire, playboy genius, super athlete, super inventor that looks like a male model. Of course, Batman can operate in an active space of...
No, it's cool, Sokka. Like, listen, like, you know, you and Lena are both, like, apologizing. Like, that's fine. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't even expect you to, like, apologize for that. Because as far as I'm concerned, like, you know, this is just something, like... you need to work out, right? You're not like directly, it's like different fucking levels in it. Do you know what I mean? Of like not examining your own whiteness. That first statement is like an extremely xenophobic thing to say. Like, you know, X country has X amount of this and it's based on nothing, right? And then when confronted with that, like, so listen, then, okay, so like that is like a xenophobic thing to say. But then you have to allow a certain amount of learning to occur. You know what I mean? It's either going to be, oh, I said this because I'm a piece of shit, or I said this because I'm an idiot and I didn't think about it and I'm sorry, right? So that's why I asked that person, where are you fucking quantifying that? You know what I mean? Yeah, I can get a bit mad. I can get a bit angry, but sorry, I have a fucking right to. You know what I mean? When it comes to shit like that. So you've got to fucking remember that I'm gonna challenge people on statements like that. And if you come back to me with, I think, you know, that person literally said, no need to bite my fucking head off, like extremely defensive. So that says to me, fuck off. Don't give a shit. Not worth my time. Not gonna debate you. You disagree with me? Fuck off, right? Now, you might find out that I'm wrong about something and come to me in DMs later on in the year or something and be like, yo, Muel, you're actually wrong. Like, maybe you know, how do we address Latin American people, Latino people, Latinx people, right? How do we address them? And then maybe someone's going to come in the DMs like a few fucking, I don't know, days later and they're going to be like, actually, Muel, it's this, you know? And it's like, okay, fair enough. Like, that's cool. I'm going to have a conversation with someone about that. But, you know, don't in my chat immediately just be like, you know, you don't be fucking so defensive, you know? Sorry, don't be so aggressive or whatever, right? And it's like, no, I'm trying to fucking protect people. Fuck off. Like, I don't want like someone like from Japan. I don't want a Japanese person or a person of like Japanese descent or anything like to be in this chat and have just you say shit like that about where they're from. Or like, you know, what matters to them, their like identity and shit. And it's like, I'm just not going to deal with that. Now, if you're on the level below that of like, You two are clearly trying to understand why that person said that, and that's fine. And that's why I explained to you why that's still not a good thing to do. And you both came back and said, yo, I'm sorry. Perfect. That's all I asked for, innit? Do you know what I mean? That's all I asked for. That's all leftists should be asking for. You know, I understand some people don't want to deal with that. They don't want to deal with educating their chat, and that's up to them. But as far as I'm concerned, I've got the energy to do that. 1,000%. Not a problem. I've got the privilege, I've got the energy, I've got the time to do it, you know? So, that's that. Thank you for going away and looking at it. I appreciate you for being self-reflective. Self-reflective? Putting a high vis on. Get reflective. Stay safe out there. You know what I'm on about. Right, I'm going to the toilet. Gotta have a really angry wee, right? Right. Oh, actually, I'm gonna get another one. All right. Okay. Pretty sure Angry Wee did a session with John Peel back in the day. That's right. New band name just got dropped. Aslan got annoyed at one of his chatters for making a go woke, go broke joke because it gave off bad vibes, like racist vibes. So I definitely understand why I'd be very angry at that type of stuff. Yeah, because, like, look, you know, like, here's the thing. If you're politically switched on, you know this shit. You know? You know this shit. So, of course, you're going to be like, that's bad vibes. All right, Queen Laura. Thanks so much for being here. Say hi to Chloe for me. Okay, right. Where am I at? What am I doing? Okay, playing the video.
He has everything else he might need to assuage the negative elements of his childhood trauma. His edgelord persona is Nietzsche's Ubermensch, and it's not attainable to Arthur Fleck, the deranged murderer and stalker, or Defense, the sad, bitter, short, ugly divorcee who's being laid off. Even among other white men, and here's where we'll start to get maybe into the danger zone. It's important to note that there is a greater element of privilege for a Batman versus a Joker. It's physical, it's economic, and it's structural.
Yeah, 100%.
Riddler even calls him out for this in the movie.
Do you know what being an orphan is?
It's 30 kids to a room. 12 years old and already a drop it, numbing the pain. You wake up screaming with rats, chewing your fingers. And every winter, one of the babies die because it's so cold. But oh no. Let's talk about the billionaire with the lying dead daddy, because at least the money makes it go down easy, doesn't it?
insinuating that he was stupid for ever thinking that maybe Bruce Wayne would see or understand the world the way he did.
That's some great commentary. I kind of like that. Maybe I should see the Batman.
And this is a major flaw in the way we talk.
I'm not going to see the Batman. I'm not going to see the Batman.
About edgelords and white men in general, and really all men for the most part, when we're trying to assess and analyze certain problems across gender. While there is a protective layer of race and gender privilege for all white men compared to everyone else, the analysis...
Sorka's desperate for me to go watch the Batman. She wants me to be a comic book guy. It's not a good movie? Okay, yeah. All I needed was Prince Infidel to say that to me. Great. I saw the Batman. Matt Smith did an amazing job as the villain. I heard that it was Morbin time. That's right. The only superhero movie I'm going to watch, well, it's not a superhero movie, is it? It's a supervillain movie, is Morbius. That's the only one. And I'm not going to watch it at the cinema. I'm not going to give them any money because they don't deserve it.
Analysis and difference between rich and poor white men, able-bodied and disabled white men, neurotypical and atypical men, or even just good-looking and not good-looking. We haven't went there enough. We've left that entire portion of this discourse, of this analysis, I'll say, under-leveled. And again, for a good reason. I understand why. A lot of us are a bit too busy fighting our own liberation to think too hard or too effectively on the liberation of white men from the same systems that privilege them the most. And it feels fucking stupid, and in many cases like a complete waste of time, to engage with white men and boys in conversations that analyzes and breaks down elements of their lived experiences and identities the same way we often do our own, because they don't really have that muscle a lot of time. It's hard for them to even start down that path initially because it basically requires them to completely reframe their understanding of the world and the self to even start to make sense of it. But it's to a point where we've greatly fallen behind, where even though we do have a ton of cis-het white men in this space on the left, the actual explicit analysis on whiteness and maleness is lacking.
I had a lot of fun watching it, but it's not a good movie. Oh, Prince. Me and you could talk at length, man. I am certain of it. I am certain of it. Like, if I feel like this is the issue. I feel like if I went to see the Batman, I would be laughing at it. And it's not just necessarily because of like the writing or anything like that. Generally speaking, superhero movies, the way that they're filmed and the way that they're produced, it's just too funny. It's just too fucking funny, honestly. Like, I will laugh out loud in the cinema at trailers for Marvel films. I just think they're so funny. Like, it's just so, it's nonsense. It's just, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop because it's going to upset some people, but okay, right, yeah, moving on.
And it's even lacking also in academia. If I were a normal 13-year-old white boy and I was struggling socially, or I was struggling emotionally, or I was struggling with an ACE, an adverse childhood experience, and maybe I'm a product of white habitus. So even though I don't outwardly hate or take issue with people of other races or queer people or women, I also don't quite have the best filters for recognizing harmful and aggressive beliefs about those groups. Maybe I'm into anime or gaming.
White habitus is like such an important thing. Whose video did we watch where they spoke about white habitus? Was it Khadija? I think it was Khadija and Boy's video. And I can't remember for the life of me which one it was. But white habitus, like that, I remember that term, and that is like extremely important. And if I remember rightly, it's basically when you just exclude black people, essentially, from like your culture. That's what it says here on Wikipedia. FD's brought it up several times, yeah. It says here, white habitus is a pattern of socialization among white people that excludes black people and their culture, created as a result of racial segregation. So, yeah. It's like a huge thing for me, back in the day, was realizing that, like, oh, yo, what, black people like video games? Which is absurd. Like, what an absurd concept that like you just wouldn't think that like, you know, another human being would enjoy a thing that you would. And that's white habitus. And it's because it's like we don't associate black people with doing the same things that white people do, right? Right. The normalization of white experience is the default. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Separated white culture, 100%. Which is ridiculous because we steal a lot of that. That culture stuff, we steal a lot of that.
I mean, because those spaces make me feel good and those communities affirm me and give me a sense of belonging and identity that I don't get in other social spaces. Whatever the case, if I was looking for help and I was looking for something to aid me in a way that made sense from my specific, unique intersection among people that I tend to trust, unless there was someone like truly there to aid me right on time in a specific journey into a progressive and useful, like, emotional framework, I'd probably end up in the manosphere.
When I think like what really scares me in people nowadays, it's like, it's not necessarily hatred or fear, because I think hatred and fear both have like, they both have antidotes, you know? Nihilism is what scares me in young dudes the most nowadays, because I think the moment that like people do start, particularly young white dudes, do start embracing that nothingness, that to me is where all the really dark shit can grow. And that is what I try and push back on in kind of like a lot of my videos in a weird way. But I think it's that absence of belief that I think makes such a fertile ground for all the shit that we've been talking about. It's that absence of belief that I think makes such a fertile ground for all the shit that we've been talking about.
Sick. Getting a haircut, having a trim, going on a little hike. I love FD's new hair. It's fucking sick.
Brother needed a moment there. Had to get right a little bit. Needed a moment to collect my thoughts and process what this video is really going to be. I've talked about being a high school teacher before. It's a formative experience in terms of like who I am today. Of my 10 years teaching, the vast majority of that time was spent teaching underserved black youth. But I did spend 1 year, my first year teaching actually, at a predominantly white school. It wasn't super white, maybe like 65% with a mix of black and Latino children making up the rest. But it was pretty, you know, diverse.
What would you call that hair? It's locks, right? I don't know. No, it's not locks because it's not like dreads. I actually do not know.
Very economically diverse. And being around that many white kids, that was new. And moreover, this was my first experience with white poverty. I knew white poverty was a thing, of course, but I hadn't engaged with kids who were legit living in
What's his channel? Honestly, FD, I can't fucking tell you enough, gang. FD Signifier, give him a follow. Get a link out there. I love Rob. I love you trying to be a mod in my chat. I love you trying to do that, but the Muel bot is gonna get mad. No, it's all right. You don't need to apologize for that. Yeah, it's fine. Like it's the link protection is there to stop people like from spamming gross links that could get people in trouble or malware and shit like that. I see whatever link anyone posts and I see that you're trying to link his channel. It's fine. You're not in trouble. Don't worry. Yeah, dreads is a bad term for locks. Yeah. That's why I said locks first. And then dreads, because I realized that maybe not everyone's going to know that. But yeah, that's right. Sorka is absolutely right. Locks is the term. Dreadlocks comes from like a super racist place for sure. Yeah.
Trailers whose parents were.
As I was saying, please go and show some love to FD Signifier. Subscribe, like, play the video in the background on mute. as we watch along. I thought they were braids. It looks like smaller. It's his smaller braids from before, his smaller locks from before, have been braided. Cool as hell. I love it.
Meth heads who suffered under late capitalism, just like the black kids I had taught. It was a sobering learning experience to figure out the different nuances for the many white boys that, for good or ill, took a liking to me. It wasn't always fun. The microaggressions were pretty strong, but it was a change I was up for. I had this one kid who was brilliant. He was the type of kid that would sleep through your entire class, wake up, and then get 100 on your quiz. I would hand him instructions for an assignment, and at the end of class, instead of handing me the assignment, he would hand me back the instructions with psychedelic art doodles all over it. It was a challenge. It was my first year teaching, so I didn't really know how to address that effectively, but I got him past the class, and we bonded through that. It was a good experience. I really appreciated that.
Side note, are things like Marley's natty dread about reclaiming as with the N-word? I don't know. I don't know if that was ever like a thing that Bob Marley was trying to do. I don't know if they're widely still called dreadlocks in like the Caribbean, for example, where I don't know, they might be more popular or whatever. I don't know. I definitely don't think that we could reference Bob Marley because he's been dead for a long time. So certainly whatever he's been doing in the past is we can't ask him what he was doing about it, and he's also I'm not the guy to ask that, right? I'm not the guy to ask that, and I don't know, maybe this is a self reflection time. Maybe we can go and educate ourselves about this,
that time with that kid. Sadly, the intense racism of that school was too much for me, and I left after 1 year. Still, I made enough of an impression that years later this kid looked me up on Facebook. Instead of being in college, being brilliant, he had gotten into landscaping or something, and it was cool. We had a chat or two. He was one of many students I kept contact with from that school, and I'm pretty sure he was the second to commit suicide. In my 10 years of teaching, I've lost maybe a dozen students, either during school, while they were in school, or in the preceding years. And around half of that number is from this 1 year that I taught
at. Nah, that's okay, one who reads. Yeah, no worries, no worries.
This white school. The black students I've lost have been to accidents. One was murdered. One did complete suicide after committing a felony. But most of that 12 white kids, white boys in particular, almost all of them suicides with an overdose or two mixed in. This experience has always haunted me. I don't blame myself per se, because I was only there for a year, but I just can't imagine how so many kids from one school could be gone before they turn 25 from self-harm. I've taught and worked with some black boys and men in the most dire of conditions, coming from the most toxic environments. And I had a solid understanding of what that looked like and how that worked and what to do. But for these boys, I just didn't get it, still don't get it. But I care. And I cared then. And on some levels, that put me in an awkward position, both back then and now. There's an internal sense of cognitive dissonance that I need to engage with here, constantly checking myself on whether what I'm doing, what I'm talking about is what I want to do or what I should do or what people will approve of.
So there might be a
it's actually shocking. He's right. My school wasn't even a properly it wasn't a poor school, I was pretty lucky. And fucking hell, yeah, the amount of kids that went through there, the amount of people that I know who just had the worst drug problems and the worst mental health. And I'm certain that I know someone who completed suicide. I knew more people from poorer school backgrounds who completed suicide. Like that was one of the most shocking things for me, like growing up and, you know, mixing with people who I wasn't mixing with at school, and you know, realizing like, oh my fucking god, some of these lads had this shit like so bad. Yeah, it's super fucked.
A few of you that judge me or look at me sideways for being naturally empathetic to, you know, a group of people that you know, are deserving of your empathy. These very lost, very confused, and unfortunately, if nothing happens, very dangerous young white men who are kind of wrapped in these cycles and the alt-right pipeline, if you will. We usually see the end result of it, and we know how it happens, but I don't know if there's a useful breakdown of the predisposition required to get there. And it feels weird for me to be the one to investigate that. One response I get in a lot of my content, a response I think a lot of black people get whenever they talk about race in public, is that, you know, we just are bitter against white people and we hate white people and all this stuff. And no, that's not the case. I'm bitter at racism. I hate racism. Now, the concept of racism and whiteness as a class structure are intrinsically linked, but the people who embody that status are still people. There's still so much nuance and depth and variance among people. So much to.
I think that FD's hitting a really good note here, as I've already said. In that I think as leftists, it's all too easy for us to go, oh, he's a fucking white guy. Do you know what I mean? Who cares, right? And like, I don't think FD is saying this, and I'm not saying this. No one's out there saying that that's not good and that's like racist to white guys. I'm not gonna police that shit in my chat at all, right? But I think the point is, yeah, like it's easy to be like L plus you're white plus you fell off plus you're cis. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you know, if someone's being a piece of shit to you, it's fine to make those jokes, right? But like, I think that like maybe we do get dismissive of like FD saying white guys, cis white guys, and the struggle they go through, because it's maybe not like quite the same struggle that other oppressed people go through, right? Other marginalized people go through. And it's like, you know, we all go through that working class struggle. Maybe not all of us, but like a lot of us do. The majority of us do. The majority of us at least know what it's like living paycheck to paycheck, and the threat of like the extreme anxiety of you maybe getting kicked out one day of your flat and that's it, you're homeless, right? You know? So it's like, of course it's not poverty that's making kids exactly like that, white kids, right? Because lots of other kids from different backgrounds turn out fine. They don't become spree shooters, right? But for white kids, for white boys, it's definitely the intersection of the poverty that they go through and the fact that they have these white supremacist patriarchal structures that are holding them up to expect that they are some kind of, you know, powerful champion of the world, like the main hero, the main character.
Appreciate
it's like that combination that churns out spree shooters, spree killers.
In many cases, empathize with. And that is sometimes hard because on many an occasion, black people have seen our empathy for others be exploited. And so it's safer and easier to reserve said empathy for our own. It took me a second to get comfortable with the uncle moniker that I've grown to love. Please believe it's not without its baggage. There's a magical Negro discourse that I manage internally as I make content, especially content like this, where it surrounds a subject and population that I can't trust to fully understand the delicate balance of talking about race in mixed company. Some that might dismiss what I'm saying from their own space of ignorance outright, or still not get it on so many levels and need more
more explaining, more things that I'm just not always interested in giving. And at the same time, there's a portion of my fan base and even some of my peers who resent the idea that I bother engaging on issues that aren't explicitly Black centered, that I'm wasting my time and attention and platform by explaining racism to white people. And there's definitely truth in that response as well. And so I kind of pick and choose when I feel like getting into certain topics based on the level of emotional labor I'm going to need to deal with the production and the aftermath. And please believe, I wouldn't call this a labor of love. The request to make a Manosphere video has been charged to me a lot since I came on the scene, especially a video addressing the growth of the Black Manosphere. And I didn't want to do that shit. I did not feel like ever doing this video. I'm keeping it 100. Fuck all these dudes.
Fuck all you hoes. Get a grip, motherfucker.
This video essay
is dedicated to all the
Manosphere
that told me I never amount to nothing.
Fuck this one, that one, those two, all these guys. I really don't want anything to do with them, their content, and especially their fan bases, but welcome. I'm sure you're here.
It's all good, baby.
To me, talking about them specifically legitimizes them and gives them both attention and fodder to make more content in a lot of cases.
Right.
I've always been more focused on talking about the topics and talking directly to the audiences that we both share. But I'm positive that if this video gets any traction, that it will end up in their circulation. So, you know, if you're here and you're just a big fan of Fresh and Fit or something, just turn the video off right here. Just dislike this shit. Dislike. And just leave. It's okay. No, actually don't. I need to keep the checks coming. I got babies to feed. That said, when I started interviewing these other creators about edgelord stuff, the conversations always started to veer away, specifically from edgelord issues and other silly things, to explicitly looking at modern conflicts of masculinity. And as I was writing, I knew that maybe this would end up being that Manosphere video I had been avoiding this whole time. And really, that should have been obvious, because all of this edgelord shit is birthed out of conflicts of masculinity in young boys who feel emasculated and disempowered by the world around them and are seeking to reclaim it through edgelord behavior.
And this is why, like, I will try and say to people as much as I can, like, you've got to really, like, it's annoying because we have to know so much as leftists, right? We do have to know so much, but knowledge is power, and it's important, right? So I forgot what I was going to say. Literally forgot what I was going to say. Oh, this is why I try and say to people, like, look, if someone jumps out of your in your friend group because they're talking about, like, oh, I'm reading Jordan Peterson's book, right? That's not a reason to go, you know, feral on them and attack them or anything like that. It's not, that's not a you know, you shouldn't be jumping off at a point right there and attacking that person, exercising them from your friend group. That's it, right? Game over. Because if someone's reading Jordan Peterson's book, he might not know anything else about him other than he wrote a self-help book. The self-help is generic and shite, right? But there isn't any overt hatred in his, like, first book, or like his first few books, right? About self-help, his self-help books and shit. Ask him why they read it first. Right, exactly. Or like, what else do you know about Jordan Peterson? Do you know what I mean? Because that's always a good one. That's always a good one. What else do you know about Jordan Peterson? I remember when, like, a black gay guy that was my ex's flatmate had a Jordan Peterson book, and I was like, you don't know much about this guy, do you? Like, I didn't need to ask him. I was like, you don't know about this guy, do you? And he was like, no, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's one of them, right? He's a drug addict. Yeah, well, he is a drug addict. That's true. But, you know, not many people will know. Yeah, a lot of the time people are looking for answers and shit like that. And it's just like, you know, when you tell them who Peterson is, they're like, oh, okay, all right. Well, oh, my God, yeah. The self-help dudes have probably saved some lives, but also, well, yeah, what other damage have they done exactly, right? He is insidious. I agree, yeah. I agree. Extremely insidious. All these people given the game to play till it's easy to win, and they should win, and then they don't. There's nothing on the other end. While oppressed people get shit on from the start, so they just get into the fight for each part of living. So any win at all is a big move compared to the everything, but doing well is a loss, which is where Sigma grind set also prey on them. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's so much nuance to this. Yeah.
All of that comes back to performing gender, performing masculinity. These young men and boys feel slighted and marginalized by society regardless of race, and they find ways to reclaim that sense of power and agency. Like, you don't see a ton of conventionally attractive men deep into edgelord activity. There's a lot of reasons why Hassan has set himself apart from the rest of the political streamer economy and is clearly not a big edgelord like many of his peers, and thus greatly transcends the success of that space. And yes, this is something that I wasn't fully aware of in the Break Bread video.
What's he trying to say about me? What's he trying to say about me? Not good enough? Not good looking enough for FD?
I apologize, players fuck up. But no shade to Hassan, who calls himself a himbo. One reason why he's so successful that I'm sure he'd admit is that he is obviously conventionally attractive, which amplifies other elements of his appeal to a wider audience, both male, female, queer, straight, poly, non-binary, whatever tags you identify with. If you are attracted to men, you're probably attracted to Hassan.
Hassan is probably the most attractive.
So I guess my first would be Hassan.
You look fine, Muel. Listen, Birdie, that's a weird thing to say, but no, it's not weird. What's right? You look fine. Yeah, okay, yeah, thanks, Birdie. Yeah. But like, no, my chat have told me, and even Kira chat's chat have told me that I'm extremely handsome, so it's fine. I don't need any positive reinforcement. Don't worry. Damning with faint praise. That's what was happening. Yeah, that's right. No, that wasn't an edit. You could take Hassan. I think you're right, Panda. I think you're right. I have better facial hair. That's true. He does have better head hair, though. That's the one thing he'll always have over me. Has wished he could grow a beard like yours. See, now you're calling him Has, and there is a guy called Has who does have a beard, and it's all right. You know? But yeah, Hassan, you're right. He does wish he could grow a beard like me. You're right. Let us inflate your ego. Not doing it. I've had to stare at your face a bunch to draw it. I'm objectively correct about how nice your face is. Yeah, I know. I'm just... Okay, you didn't get it. It doesn't matter. I appreciate it. Vastly better facial hair, better audio. That's right. That's fucking right. Yeah, that's right. Keep the compliments coming, chat. I lied. I want compliments. I'm just kidding.
I think that he has a very nice body.
I guess Hassan's the hottest.
He's cute.
Oh.
He's really good looking. I've seen him. Oh my god. Oh my god.
And Hassan is just really, really super, super hot.
I just want to be his friend, dude. I just want to know him. I just want to suck his dick, dude.
Why did you make Will watch this? This is like terrible.
Hello, darkness. Part of this is because Hassan is closer to what sociologist R.W. Connell would call ideal hegemonic masculinity. Yeah, so we're going into the theory and history part of the essay. So if you don't care about the actual foundational knowledge about the shit I'm about to talk and just want to hear me shit on Gary Vee and other manosphere figures, go ahead, skip ahead. It's in the description, but you're not going to learn any new big words. I've said the term hegemonic a few times in this and other videos, so it's really important that I probably give some context to explain that. The term hegemony is a really significant term in the world of critical theory and comes from Italian Marxist philosopher Antonio Gramsci, and is basically a concept that explains how society and culture and the state dominates the frameworks through which we understand and see the world, and also how we expect the world and society to work, look, and function. Gramsci states,
what we can do for the moment is to fix two major superstructural levels. The one that can be called civil society, that is the ensemble of organisms commonly called private, and that of political society, or the state. These two levels correspond on the one hand to the function of hegemony, which the dominant group exercises throughout society, and on the other hand to that of direct domination or command exercised through the state and juridical government.
Cultural hegemony and hegemonic thinking is really the bane of so much socially ingrained injustice that seems to be impossible to avoid no matter your identity. It's what causes comments that say man should never order fruity drinks, or that a woman who has a good job has masculine energy. Like the whole conversation right now about unions and about whether or not people deserve a livable wage is a hegemonic concept ingrained very much here in America, that somehow people that don't work hard enough should starve to death. That's an ideology we don't question, we just kind of take as true, as an axiom.
That's literally what the guy, my neighbor, was all about, despite being disabled and being also made homeless because he was made disabled. Like, he had an accident, he became disabled, he couldn't pay his rent, he was gonna get kicked out, and this guy still said to me that he believes in the strongest survive. It's a sickness. This society, this hegemony, it's a sickness.
That's what hegemony does. It gives you ideas that you just take as fact because that's the way it should be, without thinking about the fact that we kind of get to choose what is and what isn't in our society. And there's a Foucault quote in there somewhere about the panopticon and Durkheim on organic solidarity. This next section is going to be full of, look, I read the old white folks books stuff, so just bear with me. Hegemony is very much socially constructed and thus is subject to change, meaning that we agree as a society that, I don't know, dreadlocks are not professional. We'll come back to that in a second. Even though there's no explicit...
Okay, so he literally held his hair and said, well, he said dreadlocks, but we're calling him locks, right? He literally held his head and said locks. So yeah, I guess they're locks.
Reason to think of how someone wears a hairstyle as indicative of their ability to work a particular job. But sadly, many people treat social constructions such as hair and fashion and gender as immutable and natural things, and will fight for them even when the fight doesn't really involve them, in order to maintain a natural order, in order to maintain hegemony. This brings us to the concept of hegemonic masculinity, crafted by sociologist R.W. Connell with support by James Messerschmidt. Simply put, Connell took the concept of hegemony and expanded it to the performance of masculinity, i.e., what culturally idealized and prescribed features should a person performing masculinity have? Again, these things change from culture to culture, space to space, and time to time. Black men in America who are marginalized because of race still have a framework of masculinity within community that they adhere to and aspire to, and is different from what white men do or Latino men do, or what black men might do in other parts of the world, or what they did 20 years ago in a lot of ways. Even among queer men, there's going to be nuances and a hierarchy around what a good man is and what a good man is not.
Oh, honey, you have no idea. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me fucking started. Holy shit. Like, you know, I've had people legit be like break down almost, because they've sent me pictures of what they look like now, and they're like chubbier than they were in the pics on their like Grindr profile. And I've had like guys like that just go feral and then like block me because they're so embarrassed about how they look. And oh man, like cis white gays need to do just like a lot of thinking about like, you know, where their racism comes from, and like the fact that like there's so many where's Muel on the good queer man scale? I'm unfortunately like quite high to the I guess to the top, like if we're talking a hierarchy, like, because gays love a daddy with a beard who's hairy and shit like that, do you know what I mean? And just like bald, they love bald guys as well. And I'm white and cis, like that's the big thing. That's the big thing, you know. It like so many cis white gays need to really think about like why they won't have sex with black men. It's really fucking shitty. I've seen so many fucking screenshots where like a guy has been like, you know, chatting with someone on Grindr, and they've said like, oh, I thought you were like Mediterranean. You're Iranian? Sorry, I just don't find Indians attractive. For a start, like two levels of racism there. Like, oh, you fancied him when you thought he was Mediterranean, but now you know he's not. You don't fancy him. Right. Okay, that's ridiculous. But also, Grindr is a hellhole. It's a hellhole. It sucks. But then also, like, saying that like if someone's Iranian, Indian, like what does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, it's so ridiculous. The whole no insert racist emoji in Grindr bios. I've not seen anything like that, personally, but I believe it exists. It's so bad. That should be the name of the site, hellhole. Grindr is so bad. Is Grindr a dating app? I wish it was. But, yeah, it's just horrible. It assumes that, like, you're gonna want to fuck or even be able to fuck people as soon as you meet them and shit like that. It's extremely bad if you are not allosexual, cis, white. You know, it's just a terrible fucking experience for everybody, really. And even if you are all those things, it's still shit. Yeah, it's definitely a hookup app. It's more for cruising. It was supposed to be like a cruising app. And if you don't know what cruising is, like cruising is what gay men used to do before it was safe to meet up. And it's where like people can, you know, it would be like a place where people knew, okay, this is where all the gays are hanging out, and I'm gonna go there to get laid, basically. Literally to find people for grinding. Yeah, that's right. I used to live with a white gay guy who fetishized black men so fucking much. It was horrible. I did not live there long. Right. That's also an issue too. When black men are fetishized as well, or just anyone who's not white, really. Like that's a huge thing too. It sucks. Cruising is an Al Pacino film as well. There's like a film called Cruising that is pretty gay.
And yes, there is a feminine counterpart, but this video is long enough. But it's basically pick me. It's not that hard to get. Another foundational concept that I want to bring up is what Connell calls the patriarchal dividend. This is a fancier way of saying the material or psychological manifestation of male privilege. All men, and yes, that includes not just white, but BIPOC, queer, trans, etc. men, benefit on some level from our patriarchal system. Some obviously much more than others.
Like, you shouldn't be finding someone attractive or like wanting to fuck them because, you know, of their like their identity and shit like that. Like, just specifically focusing on that is so odd. If you don't like take into consideration the whole person, you know, as part of that, rather than just like their skin color or like, you know, their whether they're trans or like, you know, shit like that. Like, that's just, you need to really like think about the whole person. Like, that's another thing that people need to unpack for sure.
No matter how much they align with women, no matter how they vote, no matter the various other intersections through which patriarchy may also hurt them, within a patriarchal society, there will always be a continuum of privilege between men and non-men. That is the patriarchal dividend.
You shouldn't be finding people attractive. Arrow ace icon.
But the thing is, for some men, especially men who clearly are very close to the aforementioned masculine ideal, aka someone like Hassan, or some of these men can often feel like what they're getting isn't what they're really owed, that they're not getting enough of that patriarchal dividend. They feel like they're doing the right things, performing masculinity in the appropriate way, upholding the appropriate values, but they don't see the results they believe they're supposed to get. They're not getting the job. They're not getting the girl. They're not getting the respect. There's a specific feeling that comes from this that sociologist Michael Kimmel calls aggrieved entitlement. And I want to quickly mention that Kimmel, who is one of the more prominent figures in masculine studies in sociology, has in the past few years had his own rash of accusations of workplace bullying and sexism, the irony of which is not lost on me. However, his work still stands as some of the more insightful academic texts in the studies of masculinities. Quick aside, none of the great thinkers that provide us with some of the more important academic theories are without fault or with bad takes. Bell Hooks had more than a few bad takes on black men that did not age well and really hated Beyonce. Like, was not a fan. W.E.B. Du Bois was a proponent of eugenics later in his life, and Karl Marx was a fuckboy. So,
Fuck boy. Yeah, he was. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Deifying the theorists, let's just rock with the theory as much as it is useful to us.
1,000%, spot on. Chat. I got bad news. I got good news and I got bad news. The good news is that we will finish this video. The bad news is that it's tomorrow. Yeah, apologies. So basically, I know I said that today I was going to do a long stream, but I actually started a lot later than what I thought. So, listen. I know. I'm sorry. Listen, the party's not over though. Just because you have to leave doesn't mean you have to go home. We are going to go on a raid. Don't forget to save the time spam. I will be doing that, board. Thank you very much. You haven't finished your exercises yet? Well, damn it, Shafiq. That's your key to crack on. That's your notice to crack on. Gang, please follow me up on the socials. I am not tweeting as much at the minute, but I am still making videos. There is going to be a video this fucking week. You just got to keep your eye out for it. It's going to be very cool. But follow me on the socials to make sure that you are up to scratch with that. We also have the VOD channel where I'm going to be uploading a couple of VODs right now after the stream. It's literally going to happen right now. So make sure you go subscribe to my YouTube channels and think about donating if you haven't already. Think about becoming a patron because I do this as my full-on job. So it's nice to get paid for my full-on job. But like I said, we're going to go raid someone. Let's have a little look. Who is streaming? It's still Pride Month, and I'm looking for some gays. Who we got? We got some gays in my list of people that I want to raid. The person we're raiding is Squid Punk. Noted gay Squid Punk. Please join me. Sonic Adventure, yeah, this is Sonic Adventure music. It is super good.
Down on his bunk.
Super good. We are gonna go and show some love to our Squid. Squid is a wonderful streamer. You will very much enjoy Squid streams. They are a good friend of mine. Quality community, phenomenal games. Like just some of the the coolest games that you're ever gonna see on JohnTwitch.television. Hey, Andy, as well. Hope you're all right. Thanks for stopping by. What do those tentacles do, though? You can ask Squid yourself that in a respectful way when you get to the stream. Actually, I don't know. Maybe give it a few streams before you know. Anyway. Anyone, when's the next Bad Game stream? Trash Wednesdays are the first Wednesday of every month. So that's when that's going to happen again. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was very fun, wasn't it? Anyway, gang, join me tomorrow. I'll be finishing this video tomorrow. And we'll be cracking on. Probably finding another goblin guy or watching some other cool shit because that's what we do here. Thank you so much if you've donated, if you've subbed, if you've raided, if you've followed, if you've just been in the chat vibing. and if you've been lurking. And thank you so much to the mods for being awesome. I will see you tomorrow. Mwah, 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 mwah.